¿Listo? Listo. Tienes que correr. Good morning. Budget meetings, workshop 2024, 2025. Thank you for all coming here. We're missing a couple of council people, and hopefully they get here. But we do have a quorum. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Bermudez, do me the honors. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, I want to, first of all, congratulate Mr. Bermudez and the whole team, Gene and everybody, directors. Thank you for putting this together. I think it's a well-based plan and looking to move forward and have good discussion on this, and hopefully we can succeed in getting our city rolling forward in a good way. Mr. Bermudez, would you please continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, members of the council. Before you, I'm presenting my proposed 24-25 fiscal budget in the amount of $121,857,790. Glad to report that it is a balanced budget. One of the things that highlights the budget is our contingency. Last year we had $6,273,264. Last year after the budget hearings ended, Gene and I talked about it, and we were hoping and striving for a 10 million number within 2 years. I'm glad to report that this year we're at 13,794,126, which is a little bit more than double the contingency by $7.5 million. Inclusive in our budget is a 5% increase for employees across the board. Just so you'll know, we have 318 budgeted employees. That's not always what we have on, but that's what it's budgeted for. The 5% across the board is costing $767,037, which is sustainable for the future. And glad to say that this is within our budget. We did not have to dip into any contingency funds on this. Before you again, this is my operating budget, and this is what I felt the need to provide the services and continue the services that we provide to the city of Nogales. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With this said, Gene, is there any little explanation you want to give us and start it off?
No, sir. Unless there's any questions, I think we can go ahead and begin.
Any questions?
All right.
Hold on, I got Mr. Vice Mayor here.
Did you say that there was 318 employees?
We have 318 budgeted employees.
So if you turn to page 5, that's the revenue for our non-departmental. You will notice that our budget book runs landscaped instead of portrait. So it's a little bit easier to see the numbers this year. So revenue runs first. When it comes to the revenues, we have been conservative. We went with our 10-month totals of this year to create the budget for next year. And our revenues are on page 1 and page 2 and page 5, 6, and 7. Are there any questions on our revenue? Yes.
on the tax, on the sales tax revenues,
Yes.
we went down from a couple of $1 million from 2023, 24, and then from 22, 23. And I noticed that the revenues went down a couple of $1 million.
So currently, the 11.4 million that you see on the third line is through the beginning of May. So for fiscal year 24, we do not have 2 months in there. So what we based our revenues for this coming year, we based it off of the 10 months, which was the 11.2. So right now, we're sitting at 11.4 million with 2 months to go. So we will surpass 2023 by the time we hit the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gene, or Mr. Bermudez, on one drop that I did see was on electricity. You know, we're having an expenditure, or we had 495,000, and we're calculating 300 up on tax revenue.
Again, that's the conservative number that we're using. It's quite possible that we will surpass that also.
Okay.
That's on 4061. When we did that number, there was a large deposit that had not come in yet. So it's a conservative number.
You hear that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Gracias.
On the carry forward, 23 million, that includes capital stuff that we haven't purchased and the reserves, or just the capital?
It's everything. So it's anything that we had budgeted for this year that we have not spent yet. You will notice on page 6, we did put the Meadow Hills Golf Course revenues in there at 30,000. Because just from February to May, we had quite a number of people coming in and using the golf course, the driving range.
As you guys could see, just in 3 months, we've gone over $15,000. You know, that's at $5 a bucket. So the plan is to hopefully reinvest those monies back into the golf course and with continue to fix up and improve the area.
The
Yes, sir.
administrative allocation, where does that come from?
So those are the ones that come from our other departments. So we have, like a lot of our utility departments, they pay for a certain portion of the city manager's salary, the finance director's salary, the HR director's salary. And so those numbers all come from a percentage that we put into a spreadsheet. And so it comes back in as a revenue to help pay for certain salaries.
So it goes out and then comes back in.
Yes. That's how a lot of the expense part, that's how those departments get their revenue to balance their budgets.
Where are we at now, Gene?
Are there any other questions on revenues?
No,
Okay,
proceed.
then we can move on to the non-departmental expenditures. The graph is on page 8, and then the numbers start on page 9. The one thing that I will point out is last year you'll see under general insurance, a big round number. This year, working with our insurance company, we got the breakout where we could actually break them out between building, the general, and vehicle insurance if a department has vehicle insurance. So you will see that difference in all of the departments.
Gene, have we seen insurances, especially on vehicles, vehicles that are not being used, or you could say, stored or parked? Are we still covering those vehicles, or?
We cover all vehicles that we own, just in case, let's say, a catastrophe happens and a tree happens to fall on one that's stored. So every vehicle we own is still covered under our insurance policy.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that we're working on is with fleet is to the vehicles that are sidelined, to put them up to auction and get rid of them. That way we won't be carrying any liabilities on it.
Good. Ms. Montiel, welcome.
You. Sorry for being late.
Continue, Gene, on non-departmental.
Okay, basically the big one was the insurance, where you see the differences there. And then, of course, you can see our reserve at that 13.7 million. Are there any other questions on the non-departmental expenses?
And on this one, this is where on contractual services, that's where on line, the vehicle insurance, we had 0 zeros on from 21 on, and now we're putting 81. Is that because you divided them?
Yes, for the building insurance?
Yeah.
Yes, so that used to all fall under the general insurance. So where you see
Yeah.
zeros and now you see a number, it's because it's
Yeah.
divided.
Yeah, it's the same, both vehicles and building, where you now see the number.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Where are we?
page 9.
So we passed page 7,
Yeah, did you have a question on page 7?
but we can go back. I don't want to interrupt the flow. I can go back. We can go back later.
You sure? We just
Okay.
go for it.
I'd rather you go
No?
with that question right now, Ms. Montiel.
Good morning. Thank you.
Turn on your mic, please.
Start with a mic thing, huh? Okay. If you go back to page 7, I have a question. You have the carry forward of 23 million there. Why are you budgeting 23 million? Why are you putting it into the budget?
So that is,
What's your rationale?
currently what has not been spent in this year's budget. So it's considered a carry forward.
But why are you budgeting? Why are you putting it into the budget? Why aren't you taking it out? Why aren't you doing something like a fund balance of some sort?
So it's always built into our budget because there's, whatever we don't spend in one year, that amount of money carries forward.
Yeah,
to the
I
next
get
year.
that, but
Yeah.
why would you do the carry forward? Why wouldn't you just put that aside so that we don't build it into the budget?
Well, it is put aside, but it's to balance the budget because everything carries forward.
Okay, that's exactly, and then we'll get into later about using carry forward to balance the budget. We'll get to that later. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Gene, before we continue, can you explain to us what the difference is between reserve and contingency?
Sure, okay. So your contingency on your revenue side would be the money that is currently budgeted, that we haven't spent, that we can carry forward. It's the available funds to the city. The reserve is money that is available to us to use as we need because it is not budgeted towards any particular item. So if there's like a capital that isn't spent, the money is available, so it becomes a revenue based because they're not spending it. On the reserve side, it's what's sitting there that you as a council can choose to put it towards whatever you want to put it towards.
But contingency, wouldn't that be just a number? It's not actually money?
I want to say kind of. But that is money that is available to the city.
What I understand is, like, let's say the police department budgeted for 3 million and they only spent 2 million. So that money left over, it's not money, but it's that budget left over goes into contingency, right? But it's just a number, it's not actually money.
It's just it's a number in your budget. It's a working budget number.
Go ahead.
But it's money.
But it's money.
But it is money. It's money there that they didn't use.
Yes.
It's money there. Okay.
Do we continue non-departmental?
Okay. So are there any other questions with the expenses for non-departmental?
Go ahead.
So there's 23 million and then there's, you see the 23 million and the 13 million. The difference is the 10 million. Where is the 10 million? Where is it?
So you're going back to the
Yeah,
the
the
revenue?
revenue. Where's the 10 million?
And then what was the second number you said? I'm sorry.
23, what's right there? It's 23 million and then we have the 13 million and the difference is obviously 10 million. Where is that?
Right. So the 13 million is one of our expenses. It's built into our expense. So all of the other numbers that you see in here is what equals everything in our revenues. So they're in two separate. You have your revenues and your expenses.
I get that.
So that's what balances our budget, is our 23 on one side and then our reserve on our expense side. So all the other numbers that go with it is what adds up.
So the 10 million was actually used to kind of balance the budget and then we can get back
In
to
all
it
of these-
later. Yeah,
in all of the other categories.
yeah. And that's my point, that we're using the 10 million to balance the budget. Right, the extra 10, the 10 million that I'm asking for, where is it? So we're using that
in the
to balance.
yes.
Exactly. Thank you.
Any other questions for non-departmental?
Yeah, wasn't that 10 million part of the capital that wasn't purchased, or is that another 10 million that we're talking about?
No. So when we do the carry forward, we
Right.
take our carry forward from the year prior, we add in all of our revenues of the year, and then we subtract all of our current expenditures. That's what gives you a carry forward on the revenue side. Okay. So that's what places that number. So then when it comes to your expenses, you have all your different line items that all have a different number. So then when you get to the end, we figure out, okay, capital or anything else we haven't spent is where your reserve comes in. And that's what is available in case of, I guess you'd call it a rainy day fund, an emergency fund. That is what council can use for that type of item. So there's not like an extra 10 million sitting around somewhere. It's built into your budget and all your other line items.
Understand, but the contingency, put it aside, that's 13 million. So we got 10 million left over. That is everything that hasn't been spent on our current budget, plus any capital equipments that didn't come in or didn't get paid off, and everything else that was budgeted for in the prior budget. which has already been allotted somewhere or specifically set to go somewhere. It's not like it's
yeah.
just hanging around.
No, it's what all of these lines right here equal up to.
So that'll give us the 23.
Anything else on that one?
Any other questions on non-departmental?
Okay. Then on page 12 is where we start the mayor's budget. With the mayor's budget, the only thing that we changed, sir, was the payroll, because it includes the 5%. And then, of course, like cell phone usage, because that's what we changed. Everything else has stayed the same for you to make any changes you want.
My only question would be on cell phones. I've got, on my business and personal, I've got Verizon. I don't pay Canada, Mexico, and US. No, there's no roaming, it's all inclusive. Why don't we have that here in the city? I get text messages and I try not to use my city phone when I cross the border. But if I do, then I get a $10 charge, a $20 charge, a $30 charge. That is absurd. Why can't I have it in my business and we can't have it in the city? There's international lines that have a flat rate and no need for these little extra charges for us to have. Why don't we have that, Jose?
We're looking into it. It's just right now we have a account manager that we work with, and that's just not one of our options. We just don't have. We have certain plans that we can get. It's all government, but we don't have that option.
But for a long time, I lived in Mexico for 14 years, and I paid roaming galore. I paid $1,400 a month in cell phone usage over there, for at least 10 of my 14 years. Then everything went straight. No more roaming, US, Canada, and Mexico.
Okay. And we've reached out to Verizon, and they're looking into see what they can do. But right now, that's just not an option for us. T-Mobile offers it, and that's why we've been migrating people over to T-Mobile. And T-Mobile right now is actually a better network, and it's less expensive. So we're migrating those people that can benefit from it over to T-Mobile, and that's been the solution for us.
And I personally dropped T-Mobile because there's a lot of areas where I travel that they don't have good service.
And that,
There are a lot of dead zones.
okay, and they've merged. There's been a merger between I think it was T-Mobile and Sprint, so their coverage is a lot better. At least for the way we use it here in Nogales, T-Mobile is currently a better network, and that's why we've been moving over to it. And it's also, there's just a lot of benefits. Again, it's less expensive. You can go across the line, you can go Canada, whatever, and there's no charge. There's no, just like what you're saying, T-Mobile offers what Verizon hasn't been able to offer to us yet. So, but they're looking into it. But we have a lot of issues with Verizon. We have a lot of dead spots, and so that's why we started looking at another carrier.
Yeah, but this, international thing, everybody has it. Go anywhere and it's, U.S., Canada, and Mexico is one line
And as soon as they offer it,
with 100%. I have it in my personal.
as soon as they offer it to us, as soon as they offer it to the government, then we'll do it.
But why should it be different because we're government?
I don't know. And we have a call out to them. And
Mr. Mayor, I think we'll look into it and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Jose.
Yeah, that's the only one that I have on my budget. Thank you.
Are you happy with all of your other numbers, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then let's move on to page 14. That's our council budget. Is there any discussion or questions on that one?
Question on the benefits, how come it went up about 10 grand?
So we know that you are stepping down and you had single coverage.
Okay,
And so we always have to book it as if it's the higher coverage,
all right.
depending
Well,
on,
last year they told me it was, that I was included, and now it's,
yeah. And
so I wasn't included.
no, you were not. It was, it was under single, and this is as if it was a person coming in with a family plan.
All right.
Council members, any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Councilman Doe.
And I remember when I started, I had the previous council members' expenses on my account. Is that still carrying on throughout this year?
This budget year, that is all, it's from July of last year when you were already on the council through the present. So that is, it's all yours.
Okay. And you got those numbers correct? Because it seems like I'm the highest one there. And
We can run a report. I can run the report for you and get your information if you want to see it. So just so you can kind of see what it is. Yeah, we'll run it for you.
Anybody else, council members, any other questions?
Do council members get 5% raise?
Let's take that one to the vote of the public. That's where yours comes from. Any other questions on this one?
Okay,
City managers next, that starts on page 16. This does have the 5% increases for the employees. We have removed the city manager search from this budget. We did add other professional services for a grants person as needed per Mr. Bermudez's request. And they've also added in another vehicle. Do you have any questions for the city managers?
I do. Mayor?
go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Bermudez, tell me a little bit about the city vehicle you're requesting.
Ms. Montiel, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in the last 6 months that I've assessed the situation here at the city, I've noticed a disconnect and a lack of accountability in different departments, different satellite departments that are not here, different events, different projects that I need oversight in. We need a lot more oversight on different projects, different events, different projects and things that we're going through. So that vehicle is going to be assigned to the Deputy City Manager's office.
I have a follow-up question, Mayor. Instead of spending $45,000 on a vehicle, why aren't we just paying for mileage? If that's, that's another idea, and that's what we're here for, to generate ideas. If the deputy city manager is going back and forth and doing whatever needs to do, why isn't he being paid mileage for that? If instead of requesting another vehicle?
It could be, however, sometimes there is a need to transport equipment or whatever needs to be transported. And I don't want that to be transported in any employee's personal vehicle. So I think this is an easy fix. This vehicle is not a take-home vehicle. This vehicle is going to be here and it's going to be used as needed.
And we can't get a vehicle from the fleet and give a brand new vehicle to some employee that's out there in an old vehicle truck moving around?
we could do a lot of things, Ms.
Exactly.
Montiel. However, this is a route I want to take because it's a representation of my office. When he needs to pick up somebody, dignitary or anybody that I can't do because I'm doing something else, the last thing I want is the image of the city and the city manager's office to be construed over a used vehicle.
Okay, so it's an image thing. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the city manager's budget?
Quick question on
Go ahead.
the contract that we have with the city manager, that includes any raises going to the rest of the employees. Am I correct in assuming that?
Correct.
All right.
Okay,
Any other questions? Continue.
okay, let's move on to the finance budget. It starts on page 20. Of course, payroll includes the 5%. We did raise the audit and financial, they'd be like our consultants, because audits are going up, just like everything else is going up. Postage is going up, so we had to raise the postage. And under general materials, you will see we are requesting $25,000. You'll see soon that facilities is going to request to redo the flooring on the entire north side. And when they do the flooring, between the 3 departments that are on there, we are requesting the spending authority to purchase new desks for that area. They're in cubicles that are falling apart. And so that's what that 25,000 would be for, to put desks and necessary items like that for the 13 people in my department, including the front revenue. So those are the big changes from the finance department. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Continue, Ms. Jean.
Okay. Next is human resources. It starts on 24. We have built into that budget under the general materials 5,000 for the desks for her employees. We have also carried forward the contractual services, which is the comp study. Are there any questions for human resources?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Ms. Montero.
Mayor, can you tell me, or someone tell me a little bit about this comp study? What it entails and the necessity of it?
Go ahead, Mr. Bermudez.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that the reason I left that comp study up, because I need to do that comp study in order to have accurate numbers and market values on our employees. We have 318 budgeted employees, and this last comp study was done 6 years ago, which 6 years old, obviously. So I need new numbers. I need to so I can base myself on future adjustments and not be just putting Band-Aids on the payroll like a 5% or a 6%, 3%, whatever the case might be. That way we have actual numbers, professional numbers, unbiased numbers, most importantly, as far as to what every position entails and every position is graded as.
Is it going to be the same company that did the last time?
Yes, it is.
The same?
Yes.
So it costs $35 to kind of redo it and assess and put the cost of living and all the other factors that come into
Exactly.
the picture?
It's just an update. If we would get a new company, they would have to go from scratch again, which would cost us in excess of $100,000.
So the $35,000 is for them to come in and say, okay, these people are going to get, these people get these types of raises. And we're going back to what the last 6 years, just a minute, the last 6 years kind of telling us and guiding us who gets the raises and what amounts and stuff. Well, tell me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say who gets the raises. What happens is that it gives us the market value, and it gives us different numbers as far as to the starting point, medium, and max. As far as to the implementation, just because we're getting the comp study does not mean we need to implement it. The implementation comes down to the legislative body, which is mayor and council.
I get that, thank you. But you do guide yourself, because I've been here almost 4 years, and when raises are upon us, they use that comp study to kind of justify the raises and the amount of raises certain people or all people get. So what's the difference between using the comp that's there, that still exists, and deciding that you will guide yourself or use a 5%? Did you use the comp that exists, the comp study that exists now?
We did.
Yeah.
We did, but I think it's not. It could be more accurate if we do an updated one. That way, there's people that are going to be moving from the bottom all the way to the top and in between that are going to be articulated in that new comp study, and then we can base ourselves with actual numbers versus going on and trying to make something out of the old comp study without being updated.
So the comp study wasn't really used in deciding you decided to give a 5% increase across the board. The comp study that exists now wasn't really used to determine the 5%?
Up to a certain point, but it was not fully used, no, because we're just putting a Band-Aid on the 5%, Ms. Montiel.
And doing a 5% is not a Band-Aid?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We're just doing a Band-Aid by doing a 5%. We haven't gotten a cost of living in years, which normally is the 3% cost of living a year. And the last time the comp study was done was 6 years ago. You're talking about 3% every year, or 5 years, 3% every year. That's a 15%, which 5% is 5% out of 15. But I'm actually trying to value our employees and making sure, and that's nationwide, that everybody's losing employees. They're going to the public sector because obviously it's getting paid more. And I want to make sure that I retain them. I want to make sure that I value them. But I want to make sure that I have the actual numbers to make an informed decision and place it before you before I do anything.
Yeah. And I don't know if we can talk a little bit later about the 5% and how you justify the 5%, which you're doing a little bit right now. But the reason I brought it up is because later on, when we bring back the 5% across the board, we look at equal doesn't really quantify to equality. We know that. What's equal across the board doesn't mean, because people in the higher quartile get a much bigger increase than this guy that went and picked up my trash right now at my house, or the one that's fixing the street over there.
Sure.
And later on, we'll get into the numbers and breaking them down a little bit. But that's why I referred back to the $35,000, because, it seems like some of us will be here another 4 years, the way it looks. I don't know, but the last 4 years, it's like I hear the comp study, and yet the little people are the ones that are not getting the greater amount of a raise, because math is math. And those that are experts in math know very well that the people that get a higher salary, their chunk of this 5% in this, we're speaking today, is going to get a greater amount. So the poor employee out there that's barely making a little above minimum wage is getting, much less than the higher earning employee. So the 5%, later on we'll talk about why a 5%, why not, exploring different options. And, I'm just not throwing out just verbiage, but I have some other ideas so that every employee in the city of Nogales can get the fair amount that you're getting and the rest are getting on the upper quartile. So we can talk about that a little later. But I saw the $35,000 and I was wondering, are we doing another study so that we can spend another 4 years saying, okay, the cost of living and, it's not equitable and blah, 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 blah. But I looked at all the salaries from the past 3 years, and that person that picked up my trash only gets a little amount, a little amount, a little amount. The gap becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And I know you're going to justify, well, the study is, they did 4 years ago, the study is going to minimize, is going to bring in the gap. Well, it hasn't, it's made it worse. So before you decide to spend $35,000 of public funds to do this, I'd like to have a study session with this company so that I can ask the questions that I've been asked from the public.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Grady.
And I agree that we do need a new comp study because it's very outdated, but I also want to echo Ms. Montiel's concerns. 5% of 150 is a lot more than 5% of 30,000. And we keep talking about the last couple budgets I've been involved in, compression here, compression there. But if you really look at it, the compression is not there anymore. And we're used to compare it to the PD that had step increases. That has to go. We need to rework this whole thing and really take care of our employees. We're taking care of our admin, but we're not taking care of our employees, and they're the backbone of the city. They're the ones that need to be compensated. We're grossly undercompensating our employees. I agree with that 100%. I don't have a fix-all, but we need to really look at it because just giving 5% across the board keeps everything on the same level. There's no improvement. Nobody's making any more. Then they're going to get charged more for insurance and taxes. So it doesn't work out. We need to work on something that's more reasonable that we can implement. And I do believe comp study is part of that, but we also need to look at things differently. Thank you.
Correct, Mr. Aguirre-Diaz. And there is a compression issue. And at the end of the day, all directors in here, admin and everything else are also considered employees.
Right. I understand that.
I'm not saying that they're not.
And I think that most of our supervisors and administrators are way above the mid-level. Some of our employees are not even there. And we're looking at a mid-level of an old comp study, so we can't even compare apples.
Exactly. So I can tell you that every director is under midpoint with the Oldcom study. That's the reason why we can make a more of an informed decision with new numbers and new market values.
Right. And I agree. That comp study is way old and everybody's underpaid. But imagine if our admins are underpaid, how much more the little guy is underpaid. That's my concern.
Absolutely.
Take care of everybody,
I agree.
not just the little guy, but everybody across.
I agree.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I agree with Councilman Gradias and Councilwoman Montiel. And I just want to add on to that, the cost of living affects everybody. And it's the same cost to the people that earn the minimum wage as the cost that affects the people on the higher wage salary.
I agree. And this comp study, remember, it lapsed 5 years from 2019, so it was actually done in 2014. So it's 10 years old. It's not 5 years old. It ended at five years ago. So that's why we need to redo one. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I have another question. Is there like a tuition, what is it? I know it's a tuition reimbursement on some departments, not on all departments.
Do you want to take this one?
The policy has employees submitting for tuition reimbursement for next fiscal year, and we have a window of about a month so that employees submit their interest in tuition reimbursement for the coming year. And in this case, we have one for this department, which is myself. And yes, you're correct. Not all departments will have it. Only those that have shown or applied for that tuition reimbursement.
I guess probably what I'm thinking that you're asking is that everybody has access to tuition reimbursement,
Yes.
Vice Mayor. So if you don't put in for tuition reimbursement, if you don't go to school, then it doesn't reflect here. But everybody, all of the 315 employees, 318 employees that we have access to tuition reimbursement.
So it's not a standard allocation to that budget line?
No, unless they request it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And also, I'm writing it down so I won't forget because my memory doesn't serve me well at times. But that's another thing we want to explore explore, council members, is not all employees that I've talked to are aware of the tuition reimbursement. And I'd like to put it on the agenda in a future meeting so that they could be aware that they have this opportunity. Okay, because I think it's a great opportunity. I know that some employees don't know about it because I've talked to them personally. Maybe they don't know because they're not well informed. I have no idea, but it's something that I will put on the agenda in the future so that all employees have the opportunity to get staff development or advance their education. Thank you.
Can anybody go into how it was started and how it, how it was introduced to the employees? Because I recall that they used to get an email or about it being available. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So before the initial dates of the application are due, there's 2 or 3 emails sent out across the board to all employees that have city email. Additionally, all directors and supervisors are asked to post these notices so that employees have access to that. And as a added option, when HR comes and talks to every department, regardless of what the meeting is about, we remind them of all the benefits and everything. So yes, we reach out to every single department. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
If I recall, Roy, do employees have to be employed 3 years? It is 3 years. Okay, and it's offered to, we'll do a study, put it on the agenda, but is this something that the employee has to, does it have to obviously be related to their field and so forth? There's criteria.
Right.
Right, okay, we'll explore it in a future meeting. Yeah. Yeah, if you may, Mayor, Roy, if you could send that information to the council or send it to me, I'm really interested in seeing that.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
send it to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on human resource? Council? Any other questions on human resource? Continue with community development.
Development starts on page 26. We did have a very large drop in the code revision because it was, the physical part of the code revision was taken care of. His general materials have gone up because he has requested 2, I can't remember what they're called, sir. If you can explain the 2 desk programs that we put in your general materials. Turn your mic. There you go.
Yeah, Mayor and Council. For general material, we have trying to increase our capacities for using the computer systems. So we are going to be putting 2 workstations to increase that data entry for the building permits and the planning applications through the Acela permit system that we have the last few years. But now we're intensifying the use of it and also allowing the public to go online and check their application statuses. So we're entering more data. So by doing that, we require a little higher capacity to our computer system to be able to use more graphics as well, GIS graphics, and also the manipulation of big data analysis that we're using for research, like the downtown redevelopment and some of the information that we are actually pushing for. That's the only increase. Regarding the code revision, we are in the second month of the consultant working with us. That's why last year we had 75,000. Now we just carry over. We plan to complete it by the end of July, but it may be carry over for our next fiscal year.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Tapia, did we allocate any funds for the Morley project and downtown redevelopment?
That will be, my understanding, will be a separate account that we can use, not under my budget. Maybe Jane can explain that, but when I'm working on the remodel of the bathroom and some changes on the Morley Avenue, that's not coming from our budget. It's coming from a different account.
It's coming from the ARPA funds that were already allocated to the downtown, so that is separate from his budget.
We talked to the city manager before, and since we lost about $200,000 on that one project, Mr. Bermudez said that we would try to make up some money when we talked about the budget, see if we could allocate some money for that project. So, because I know that the other $200,000 that we are using came from that other fund.
Right. Hector, you want to talk a little bit about the partnership with the Santa Cruz County in that, in the downtown project?
Yeah, we are in a partnership with the Santa Cruz County grant application that is going on in downtown area as part of the one of the proposals that we have. If that goes through, that's going to be money coming for the downtown redevelopment. That's going to be potentially. And another one's coming up very soon to increase affordable housing, especially in the downtown area. That's going to be a grant application that I think it was submitted yesterday. That's going to be part of the housing, increased housing in Nogales. And that's going to be it's two different grants, but the ones in coordination with the county. Santa Cruz County is doing is the head of the leadership, and we are participating in that. But that's a bigger grant that includes a part of Tucson area, Santa Cruz County, and Nogales, the city of Nogales. But the one that submitted yesterday, that's for housing, affordable housing, to allow mixed-use categories in downtown area, commercial, residential. That's coming up too.
One of the things that we're looking at, Vice Mayor, is I don't want to tie up any budget funds on something that we haven't used yet. So we still have the ARPA, so we need to use that, and then we can plan accordingly. If something comes up, we can come up and get it out of general funds or whatever the case might be.
Also, Mayor and Council, also the only thing that's missing is the economic development part that I'm discussing this idea with city manager there's some application software that collects data, the customer base in Nogales, where they're coming from, where they purchase. So the data, when they use their cell phones and also the credit cards, that data is collected throughout all this region by the type of purchases that they do. So if someone is going to Walmart a lot, that data is collected. If someone goes to a store in Nogales, it's collected. But if someone is going to Tucson, but it's crossing Nogales, so we can find out why they're going to Tucson or Saguarita instead of staying in Nogales. So by getting the data, we can actually know what kind of companies we can bring into Nogales because they're going to other areas. So we're losing that market. And that's a software that's being used by different cities for economic development. I don't have it in my budget, but it's something that we have discussed in the last few months.
Mr. Tapia, I got approached about a month ago on a person who used to be an ex-reporter for the Daily Star. Have you heard about low frequency radio announcement? It costs I think $500 a month or something, but it'll give you information on events. It'll give you information on things to do. When you cross the border, gives you information on incidents, traffic, at the borders or things like that. Have you ever heard of something like that?
Not that one, but the one I'm talking about.
Low frequency radio, something like that.
Yeah, not that one, but the one I mentioned is they do collect data, not in Mexico, but people that come from Mexico to the U.S., they collect that data. And they know where they're going to purchase. So it's something that we can help the local businesses, local property owners to fill the vacancies. We know there's a lot of vacancies on Morley Avenue. If we know where those customers are going to, so we can bring a business into downtown area. And that's the intent of this kind of research data.
Okay. To contact you with them. And go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Tapia, good morning. Mr. Tapia, I noticed you don't have a vehicle. Not yet. So when you go out on the field, I see you downtown sometimes, and I see you here and there.
Well, we have one is 20.
Let me finish. So when you go downtown and you do your visits and so forth, tell me a little bit how you claim mileage? Do you use another vehicle? You can go ahead. That's where you're going.
Well, I use my personal vehicle. I just parked in downtown because we have two vehicles. One is a pickup, it's used by the inspector, and the other one we have a new employee now, so he's using the other car that we have. So we have two cars. But I don't have a vehicle. I use my own car.
Do you claim mileage?
No.
No. So you use your own car to go around town and do your happening, do what you need to do. You don't claim mileage. Thank you.
Mr. Tapia, you don't have access to a vehicle?
Yes, we do. I mean, but it's being used by the inspectors.
But you have access to it?
Yeah.
You have access to it, but your own car, when you use your own car, you don't claim mileage.
The department's cars.
Yeah, but when you use your own car, you don't claim mileage.
No.
But you use your own car.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for community development? Thank you.
Next is city clerk on page 30. The only real increase besides, of course, the salaries was the other professional services. That is on election year, it always goes up because that's the amount that we have to pay to the county for all of the election services done.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask the question. We received an email from the attorneys saying that an election has to take place because of the timing. I'm not sure if you got that same email.
I did not know.
Okay, I know you guys were in the thread. So from what I understand, there still has to be an election.
As far as council?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Well, it was uncontested and we met the timeline. We didn't have to, but apparently Justin Pierce in that email, or the other attorney, I get mixed up with all the names, said, unfortunately, we missed the cut, so there has to be an election. So that's what the $20,000 will be used for. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on city clerk's budget? Then on page 32, we have the MIS budget. Under general materials, you'll also see the $5,000 in there for new desk areas for that department. Are there any questions on this budget?
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Morning.
Jose, tell me a little bit about the, I'm not very knowledgeable about the website design hosting. Is that in any way going to improve the website for the city of Nogales?
Yes.
To make it more comprehensive, more informative, user-friendly? Tell me.
So currently, what we did a few years ago is we had an in-house person that knew how to do. I believe you guys all know him, Miguel Melendez. knew how to do websites, so he went ahead and went ahead and let him take over the website. We started hosting it ourselves, and we started. But what we want to do now is just go back to the way it was before. We have to get a vendor. They'll host it. They'll design it for us, and it just gives us some of the capabilities, like you said. It'll be to increase the user friendliness of it, the information that we're providing, also on the back end, the security that we need. We also want to allow each department to edit their own, like we had it before, is what we're really trying to achieve. So each department will be responsible for their area, and they'll be able to update it. And that's what we're shooting for. We're trying to maybe some other modules and stuff that will improve the functionality. And that's what we're heading for. That's what we're shooting for with this request. Originally, about 15 years ago, it cost about 20 grand to just the initial cost is always more expensive. So they have to design it and get it all set. That's why it's 45,000. But the reoccurring cost per year will probably be somewhere around 5,000 per year after we do this initial purchase.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to hear. It's good to hear because, in my opinion, the website, City of Nogales, is now with, the technology being what it is, it's so advanced. You go to other municipalities, just go north and you see that it's so more inviting. You open it up and it has, pictures of the community interacting and the staff interacting with its own staff. And it's just inviting. And I think that portrays who we really are. So this 45,000 will improve that.
Yes.
So that would be good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just the equipment, 75,000 is just to update the equipment you have right now.
75,000 is part of my 5-year plan where we replace the back end
The
stuff,
capital.
servers, switches,
what I
routers, that
thought.
kind of stuff. So every year, that way, every 5 years, we have no equipment in the back that's less than 5 years old. And so
Yeah.
the core equipment.
Okay. Thank you, Jose.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Jose.
On page 36, we have the city attorney's office. Are there any questions on this budget?
I have a question. Here on the graph, you show payroll for 123,000. That would only include probably the contract criminal attorney, right? Or what does that include?
You're up on the.
Yeah, up on the graph.
Okay. So under the payroll part, the 123, that is for the 3 current positions we have in the office, the admin assistants, I'm not sure exactly, the legal assistants, thank you. The contracted attorney and the contracted criminal attorney they're on separate lines, so that because they do not receive the same benefits like the EREs as employees receive. So those are actually on the chart under 6185 and 6186. So they're spelled out separately there.
Has our criminal attorney accepted a contract yet? Or is that just being budgeted for
That's being budgeted.
whoever ends up in that spot?
I mean, we have one currently under contract.
Councilman Gradius, our city attorney, I believe our city attorney was working on that to give him a contract.
Any other questions for the city attorney's budget?
Yeah, I have
Mr. Doyle? Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to get clarified here now, is this because of the restructuring that we're saving that great amount? Like I see here on 2023, 2024 year to date, 432,818. And I guess and there's a big drop.
It's the restructuring.
It's a restructuring.
Yes, sir.
So the city's really going to save quite a bit of money there on the.
When it comes to the salaries, yes, but you will see down below on that, under the benefits, that's where we have put in the city attorney that's now under contract.
But-
So what used to be up above is now down below.
But you're saying on benefits.
It's listed
Are
under
we
benefits.
talking just the benefits for the attorneys that are staying, or not the firm?
No, so the firm's line item is listed under benefits. They don't get the same benefits that employees get. They're on a contracted 180,000 a year. And you'll see that number. It's listed under benefits simply because that's where the line item sits. So part of what we lost, what you don't see in payroll, is now down below under the benefits area because it's a contract.
So, Mr. Doyle, to answer your question, if we're saving money by the restructuring, the answer is yes.
Okay, that's what I noticed, the big difference.
Yes.
Thank you.
Comment.
Go ahead.
It looks like we're saving money, but we still don't know because we don't know who's going to pick up our civil attorneys' workload. From the talk we had with the new attorneys, they had different plans, and they still haven't disclosed all their plans. They were supposed to get back to us within a month or two, so we're still looking at that. So we might be falling short at 180,000 because we've lost a civil attorney that did a huge workload. Are they going to be going after our tax license and collections and everything else that was being done by our in-house city attorney? We got to work that into how much they're going to bill. So maybe we look like we're saving, but we might not be saving at all at the end. We need information because if we fall short, then we got to tap into the contingency fund. So that goes out the window.
Worst case scenario, yes. But at face value, what we have in front of us, are we saving money? Yes. And that's a question that needs to be posed to the city attorney.
Any other questions, Council? Any other questions? Go ahead.
Okay, on page 40, we have city court. His budget did not change a whole lot.
Councilwoman Montiel.
So the judge has so the judge doesn't have a separate contract, please, so the 5% is applying to him,
Yes.
but not through the court, to the city. The city is adding that 5% to his present salary.
Yes.
Okay, so it's reflected. Okay, good. That's good to hear. I was not sure if they had a separate, because I know they have their own guidelines at the Superior Court. Okay, thank you.
And our city magistrate isn't available today because I know he had some concerns about salaries.
Yeah.
He even brought him up at the meeting. And is this what he submitted ultimately, or does he still have concerns with salaries? Was he wanting a time to talk to us about it? Because this is his forum, and if he's not here, then what can we do to help him?
I don't have an answer for that, Councilman. He was advised, and he has the opportunity just like every other director does.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, I don't like to make the judge partial to judges here, make him look bad. Is he not here because he has court? I know judges are very busy, they have their schedule, and I can't reschedule for a budget hearing. So if you can contact him, I would love to give him the opportunity to talk to us about the issues he raised at the other meeting we had.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So whatever happened to the Chase building that was going to be used as a court? Is that all dead in the water, or what happened?
As far as to my understanding, it is. What I'm looking at right now is based on our general plan, making it a one-stop, because that is in our general plan, correct, Hector? And right now, what we're looking at contact from Roberto Guevara the day before yesterday. He says that they're looking at installing the electricity on the 9th of June 9th. So after we do that, then we'll turn everything on and find out, assess the building and find out what investments or upgrades we need to do or repairs. And my plan is to do a one-stop and facilitate building permits, business permits, water issues, everything in one place, so people won't go around to Public Works, come here, go everywhere. And we're even in conversation with Mr. Guevara. He's even talked about even putting somebody from Unisource in there to help with the planning for Unisource projects and stuff like that when it gets to building. So that's something that in the coming months I'll get you more information. But without having utilities hooked up to that building, it's kind of hard to find out where we're at with that, since it's been dormant for so many years. And, once you turn water off and it's been off for so many years, and once you turn it back on, who knows what's going to happen. I'm not sure about the air conditioning and what condition they're in or anything. So that remains to be seen. Hopefully by mid-June, I'll have a better answer for you.
What about the flood zone issue? Did that go away? Because I know that they got some flood zone new maps.
That hasn't gone away yet, Vice Mayor. However, the effect that it's going to have on that is the amount of funds that we can invest into that, which shouldn't be more than 50% of the value of the building. However, it all depends. If they're upgrades, then that doesn't count towards the $600,000. And if we do cubicles, that doesn't count. Anything that we don't pull a building permit, that we're not required to pull a building permit on, then that doesn't contribute to the $600,000. So I think in essence, what we need to do is put utilities in there and assess a building and find out what upgrades we need to do and take it from there. But that's one of the things that's in our general plan, is to have a one-stop to facilitate businesses and building permits and business licenses and everything that has to do with economic development towards our community.
I also noticed that he didn't put any upgrades to the old courthouse. I guess the question would go to the judge, right?
Right.
So, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Gradius.
The last thing I remember is that we got a new appraisal on the bank building and never had any direction as far as going forward. Has it been decided what we're gonna do, or is this just barely looking into it, or do you have direction already? Because I think that needs to come before mayor and council, and I wasn't aware of what was going on right now as far as utilities or anything till last council meeting when I was approached by Mr. Barcenas. So isn't that something that needs to go before mayor and council, or what's going on? Let's get on the same page.
One of the things that we need to do before putting up any ideas or any projects is making sure that that's a viable building and up and running, because it's been down for the last 6-7 years with nothing, right? So it's just sitting there. So I decided that we need to put utilities in there, and then we'll find out what investments we need to do. And then I'll bring forward my projects to council so we can all be on the same page then.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Gradius, without the knowledge of does the water work, does the electricity work, and all that, I've talked it over with Mr. Bermudez, And, we can offer something that we don't know how it's going to function. So we're basically just in the limbo of what needs to be done before we do anything. So that's where we're going at, and trying to, make sure it's functional, because if it's not, si no va a salir más caro el agua que las albóndigas, entonces we got to find something else.
I agree 100%. We need to make use of what we have. Because I still believe it wasn't a good purchase for the city, but regardless, why are we even investing if we don't know? But like you explained, we need to find out what
What works.
condition it is, and I'm all for that. But we're mentioning Unisource wanting to put an office there and making it a one-stop shop. We already have ideas without even discussing it. That's my concern. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, and it's not just one person saying, do this, do that, and giving direction without the consent of council.
No, it's just innovation that I'm on my own, Councilman, and that's something that I'm probably shouldn't have told you, but I'm thinking out loud. I'm trying to be positive and making sure that we're progressing with that building. I know that it's been stagnant for the last 6-7 years. However, in order for, even if you want to sell it, lease it, whatever the case might be, without utilities, we can't really do anything. So it's a shot in the dark. So we're just assuming. So I'd rather put utilities in there, have a base and a foundation as far as to moving forward, and then decide what are we going to do with it. However, no decisions are going to be made in a vacuum. Unilateral decisions are not going to be made, and any projects that I think of are going to be before council. So we all agree, and this is how we're going to move forward.
Appreciate your outward thinking, and that's a great move on your part. I hope we can bring it to fruition and bring something out of it, because it's an eyesore right now, and it's an asset. So let's treat it like an asset and make something of it. And you are correct. The money coming for the electricity, water, and any of that, has that already been budgeted for? Or are we putting it in this budget somewhere else?
It's budgeted for.
Thank you.
Councilman Doyle?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to kind of bring back to mind that the actual purchase of that building was more important, the land involved that we got to create a bigger complex for the city. We didn't have parking, enough parking for our city police. We have the fire department right next to it. We have that new park that's also neighboring it. So all that land that goes all the way back is part of the city complex now. That in itself brought a great value to the city complex. And, now, like you said, Councilman Gradillas, we need to see how to add more value by bringing the building up where it'll give a service to the city and community. But thank you. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Any other? Go ahead. Yeah, I had some questions, but the judge's not here because my questions were on the legal and the translators fees, which went up, but yet had not been, the average of the last 5 years is not even where we had budgeted last year. So why did they go up?
Mr. Mayor, John checked with the judge or the city court, and he stepped out. He'll be in sometime afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So if we move on to the library, it starts on page 44. The special events did drop because we have now celebrated our 100 years, but we still kept some in there for other special events that could come up this year. But there's not a whole lot of differences to this budget. And Karina's with us if we have any questions for library.
Is there a reason that the telephone expense went down to 16,000 from 20,000? Did they remove some equipment?
It's the billing that went down for that one. They have, so we have a spreadsheet that's based off of every department who uses either telephone or cell phones, and their billing for the library has gone down.
That's great. Thank you.
Under the capital request, is this half of what it's gonna be? Because I think we share this with the county, if I'm not mistaken. So is this our share, or are we putting in all this on our own?
This is what we put in on our own. When it comes to the county portion, it's the entire budget minus any capital that deals with just the main building.
Okay.
So the Sonoyta part is part of the county, but the main building is not.
Okay.
Did I not have right?
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Thank you. Good morning. What's your name? Karina. Thank you for being here, Karina. And thank you for doing all those great stuff that you're doing at the library. Really enjoy it. All the team there works really well together. And every time I visit, it reminds me of when I would take my daughter there. And I think she learned to read there. And it's done well for her. But thank you. You're a great team there.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So I have a question. One of the 5% is going across, all the employees is being applied to all the employees here. And just a note of reference here, one of the library assistants is at 31,913 there. And Mr. Bermudez, and with a 5%, she's going up to 32,850, which is an increase of $1,564. And that's the inequality that I talk about and I reference to. Thank you.
Any other questions? Karina, again, just like what Ms. Montiel said, you guys are doing a great job coming out to the community. Thanks. Make sure you share that with all the staff. Great job.
Appreciate it.
All good with budget? Thank you.
So next we have our police budget that starts on 48. You will see an increase in their pension retirement. Those are the numbers that come from the state. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of huge differences. But Tex is here if you have any questions for police.
Gene? Mayor, I have a question for Gene.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Bonillas.
Thank you.
Hi, Saulo.
Hello. Gene, how do we go about, since we're talking the unfunded liability and stuff like that, does the city pay the unfunded liability yearly or monthly?
We pay it. The principal is paid yearly and the interest is paid semi-annually. So in July, we pay the principal, and then July and January, we pay the interest.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Jimenez, well, we know him by text. Yeah, we hardly ever use your last name, but Mr. Jimenez, I noticed that you're allocated a lot of money, and if you look at the capital expenses, and for example, you spent $7,768. Why isn't the money that you allocate being spent? Or maybe we still have a few more weeks to go till this year, fiscal year is over.
And you're referring to, excuse me, what line?
Yeah, so we're budgeted 299,000. If you look at capital expenses. 9130, line item.
I guess Gene can chime in earlier. I mean, to start it off, and I can follow up with my end of it.
There are vehicles that have been ordered that have not been received in yet, but will be received in before June 30th. So they'll be paid for by the end of this fiscal year.
So that's all the 299, because here on this line item, it's, so far through May, it's 7,700 that's been spent. So you're telling me all that amount is going into vehicles?
Yes.
All that amount?
And whatever equipment has to go into each of the vehicles, like whether it be the computer or the lights. But what is left of that is, I think it's 2 vehicles that have been put on order that should be here.
And that's correct. I'll echo what Gene says, that hopefully those 2 vehicles that were in the current budget will arrive at the end of this month, May of 2024. And that would alleviate the carryover part. But those vehicles do include some equipment that is added on top other than what the vehicle itself is, which is the emergency equipment upgrades and the laptops and radios.
Okay. Here on, going back to the uniforms, tell me, I know it's increased.
I can hear you. I'm sorry, what?
The uniform allotment, is this here, uniform special on a line item, to be more specific 7012?
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, uniforms are expensive, and I can give you an example. If I'm wearing what I'm wearing right now, the uniform shirt is $80, and the uniform pants in some cases are similar. So when we have a new hire, we do provide them with uniforms that prepares them to attend the academy. And when we provide them with all the equipment that's required for them to be at the academy. So the increase is just to going along with the increases of the items that we purchase for our new hires.
Okay, and I have no problem for our safety officers to be given allocations for their uniforms. But I see it's 5,000, and it doesn't seem, I mean, how many officers do you have now?
Currently, we're allotted for 58 sworn officers and 20 non-sworn employees, which also are included in when we do purchase uniforms when they become new hires in some cases.
How many do you have now, officers that
Currently employed.
wear uniform?
That wear uniform, we have 51. We actually are going to be losing one this coming Friday, so we're going to drop down to 50. So when we do hire, let's say, hopefully up to 58 in the near future, we are able to purchase them uniforms, prepare them for the academy. And in some cases, not that common, we do have officers that do have an issue with a uniform. Like, for instance, they are exposed to a certain type of hazardous material where the uniform is no longer usable. That uniform is destroyed, and we replenish that.
So the $5,000 is enough to fairly supply the officers with a uniform allowance?
No, this is not the uniform allowance. This is when we purchase them, the uniform for them. The uniform allowance is in a different line item.
Where is that?
It's line 60, 70 on the first page. It's underneath the payroll. You'll see 140,400, which is uniform allowance.
Give me the line item number.
60, 70. So clear on the top.
Okay, 60, 70. Oh, yeah, here yours. Okay.
That's the monthly amount for all,
Okay.
anybody in our police department that gets.
So thank you. So the 140, okay, so now I see it. So that is for uniform allowance this upcoming year.
Is it? I'm sorry.
That's the allowance for the uniform.
Correct.
Okay. Has that been discussed already? Tell me a little bit how the union, when you guys sit down and start negotiations, is that already approved?
I know a certain amount is currently approved for the current contract, in discussions that I've had with the city manager and the finance director, I know that there's intentions for that to be adjusted, increased, but I'm not aware of what those numbers are at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not either. That's why I'm asking. So this could be adjusted.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. We certainly want to make sure that our safety officers have their uniforms as needed and they have their allowance. Is there another question I had in training? Tell me the line item in training. Which one is it?
6570?
You help me better because 65, okay. 65 training, here you go. I've noticed it's decreased.
Correct.
Tell me, why would training be decreased?
There's two different training accounts you can call. One's travel.
Do you have your microphone on? Yeah, it's just
There's two different training aspects that go into the way we use training. There's another, if you notice, there's another line item that's travel, which is the costlier part of when we do have officers or employees attend training. Training usually pays for the training itself, like the course or where the travel pays for the officer or the employee, I should say, to drive up, pays for their meals, pays for their lodging, and pays for their fuel. So we've noticed that over the last year or so, that a lot of these trainings are funded by other sources, like in our case, Arizona Post. So we only have to pay for the travel portion of it per se. So, we pay for their lodging and their meals and fuel. So we haven't seen that amount being increased when we do send employees for training. So we decided, let's see if this year we can do it with this amount. And if we do see a change in the upcoming years, we will make that adjustment. But in discussions with finance, we figured that's a good amount to have this year.
Do you think your officers get the training needed, and we should allocate more for training?
I'm sorry, what was the first part of it?
Do you think training should be, a greater amount of funds should be allocated for training?
No, not at this time.
What's your opinion?
Not at this time, because we do a lot of in-house training.
Okay.
Fortunately for us, like I mentioned, a lot of the training is funded by other agencies.
Sources. Mm-hmm.
So we do take advantage of that opportunity. I mean, we've been lucky enough to, collaborate with like the county, the sheriff's department, some state agencies, some federal agencies where the training itself is either funded by them or there's no cost to it. The only cost that does come in effect is when they do travel for this training, which, like I said, includes their meals or their lodging and fuel, that sort.
Yeah, I notice a lot of new officers are on board, which is really nice to see. It's a new generation, which is, wonderful to see. Do you feel, in your opinion, that we, the city, the policymakers, are supporting training with the money? Follow the money. Or do you feel, as a acting chief, that there's enough money allocated by council to train this new generation of new officers?
I do so. I do believe so. And I'll split that in two, because the initial training that the officers receive when they're barely starting as a new officer, they do attend an academy.
Yeah.
We're lucky enough to send what we call an advisor to this academy, which then the training for the new officer is at no cost per se from the academy. We still have to pay, obviously, the officer that's there as a counselor, but it does save the city in the amounts of, depending how many officers, at least a minimum of $15,000 per new officer. So if we were going to send 3 per se, that's $45,000 that the city is saving by us providing the counselor. And then the training, like I said, it's top notch. It's either at the Tucson Police Academy or at the Pima County Sheriff's Academy. And then in furtherance of their training, when they do return, we do have field training programs, and then we have officer continuance trainings, which sometimes is in-house, as mentioned, and sometimes it is somewhere else, where, as we discussed a little bit ago.
So every officer that's being that's being hired, I understand they go through academy, like teachers go, and we have to have a BA to teach and so forth. You just have to go through the academy. But there's also a thing called staff development. So we want to make sure that as a council that these new officers are being offered, an opportunity to get trained. And because I see that I want to make sure there's enough allocation for that. And also tuition reimbursement, at the city of Nogales sometimes, so you're taking advantage of that yourself. Are you actively also encouraging the existing officers that have been there for a couple of years to go out and get an education so maybe they could be the future chiefs? Because I know it's a requirement.
The answer is yes, and I'll explain a little bit. And if you see the tuition reimbursement that we have is very small because currently we just have one employee that's taking advantage. I no longer will need it, and that's why the number is no longer that high. But in our recruitment pamphlets, we do indicate that if you come on board with the Nogales Police Department, you have the ability to request tuition reimbursements at a certain time in your employment. And we do have those meetings with our sergeants that do remind the officers that take advantage of the tuition reimbursements, because every officer that attends an academy, they get a certain amount of credit from the academy that they are only falling a few credits short of an associate's. And we do encourage them to continue, which they have the ability to do here at the extension of the U of A or in Pima College. And we, it is encouraged. It is, explained to them that the advantage is long-term. I mean, I'll use myself as an example. I wish I was able to take advantage of it early in my career. And, now here I am where I'm at right now.
Yeah. One more question, if I may, Mayor. The training, if you look at the line item 6571, Police Academy training, the $15,000, tell me how that's used.
If you notice prior years, it was, in the prior years, we used to allot $45,000 just to have a safe buffer zone. But we've taken advantage of the fact that we do send advisors or counselors to these academies, which waives the fee for the new officers attending academy to go at no cost. We do have that $15,000 buffer, so in case we do happen to have officers attend the academy and we don't have the ability to send a counselor advisor at for that particular class, we can take advantage of that funding there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? Hold on.
Chief, how many vacancies do you have in the police department?
I'm sorry.
Vacancies?
If I was to fast forward to this coming Friday, I would say we have a total of 58 allotted officers, but only 50 filled positions for officers, which makes it 8 vacancies for the officer position. On the non-sworn, we currently have 1 vacancy, which is a communications officer position that was just vacated a few weeks ago. So in total, I could tell you it's 9 vacancies, 8 officers, and 1 dispatcher.
On a yearly basis, what average hires do you do for entry level positions?
I'm going to say 8 to 10. I did a report that indicates for the last 5 years the department has lost a total of 61 employees, which is actually 77% of our total vacancy, our total allotted. So total we have 78 positions, and we have lost 61, which equates to 77% of employees that we lost in the last 5 years. But to answer your question more thoroughly, we are constantly recruiting. It is a challenge, as it is for other departments in the city and actually statewide and nationwide. There is a lot of shortages for police officers. They're in high demand, and it's difficult to compete with other departments when they're offering incentives that that these new officers and some actually that are tenured can't resist. We're trying our best. We are constantly testing for officer positions and other positions within the department. But I feel that we're staying above at this point because to only have one vacancy in our non-sworn position is I think is good. We can do a little bit better on our officer positions because, you know, we'll hire 2 or 3 for this upcoming academy, and then we'll lose 1. And then the next academy comes around, we'll send 2 or 3 more, and then we'll lose 2. And so it's a constant struggle, but I feel that, you know, with the support from this, you know, from yourselves and the city manager and staff, we can get there.
So you think that going down from 25,000 to 15,000 is enough money to cover for the training?
You're talking about the academy one, the one where it says.
Yes.
No, I feel that's fine because this is for an officer that will be as a counselor at the academy when needed. When they do go, we do send a counselor, so the cost to the academy itself for the trainees is 0. But if we were met with a situation where we couldn't provide them with a counselor, then we would use this funding.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Gradius.
First of all, I can attest that I think the police department and fire, more so the police department, has great internal training because of post requirements for their certification. And officers go and get general instructor certificates, defensive tactic instructors, and so on and so forth, firearms and driving. They come back and introduce that to the rest of the officers. So it's a great plan and it works very well. And it has to keep up their certification, if I'm not mistaken,
Correct.
if it's still the same. Because I took advantage of that when I was there. And my other question was on the vehicles that we're budgeting here, these 4 vehicles, that's separate than the 2 that haven't come in, right?
That is correct. If you notice, one says 2024, which hopefully by the end of this month, May 2024, they'll come in. The one that's a little lower down on the page are 2 for 2025 Ford Police Interceptors, which also include the mobile data bubble and the laptops and the equipment that's included.
Fully set up.
Correct.
And then the tasers, this would provide a taser for each individual officer on the streets right now?
That is correct. The tasers is a tool that also eventually loses its shelf life, and we've been basically trying to keep our taser program going, but we went to the point where they were no longer going to be, warranted any further by taser. So we came to the point where our tasers have to be replaced. It is a tool that's very beneficial for officer safety and our use of force continuum. So we're replacing all the tasers that we currently have for all the officers that carry one.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Bonilla.
Mr. Jimenez, I remember a few years ago, we had some officers requesting those vests. Are you allowing them to purchase those vests, or are they using them already?
There's actually a couple vests that I can attest to. We, as a department, buy them, the initial vest that they wear, the ballistic one, which is the panels, and they can wear it underneath their uniform. Some officers choose to use that same ballistic panels and buy a uniform shirt-looking vest carrier and put it on top of their uniform. We also have provided an additional vest. Recently, we were fortunate enough to get some grant funding from Tohono O'odham, and we bought ballistic vest pullover type for all our employees that they also carry. So they have several options. The one that the department buys for them that they can use underneath their shirt, or if they choose to buy that vest carrier that looks like a uniform shirt, or the ballistic one that they carry, like they pull over like you see on TV where it says police here and stuff. So the answer is yes, with several options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jimenez, I see that the police officer, one of the least paid officers at $44,207. This is a little above minimum wage, if you break it down. And so he's getting an increase of $2,210. Do you think that has something to, do you think that affects the morale of your department?
I think morale is a separate, thing to itself. I think the morale in the department is really high. It's they're highly motivated employees there, in both our sworn and non-sworn staff. Morale is a different component that is sometimes generated by uninformed, unintended talk between the employees. We do have employees that that are wanting to leave the department for other reasons, not morale, and that's the financial incentives that they're offered. So I can attest that the morale in the department, has no issues at this time and is not affecting the decision making of somebody leaving the department. I mean, if we hire somebody from other agencies that come on board, that once they're a certified officer, they do make positive comments of the department and how we manage it and how we treat our employees, and it's beneficial to the staff and supervisors and everybody else in the department that works there. So to answer your question, I think morale is not an issue when it comes to people wanting to leave the agency.
Yeah. That's good to hear. That's good to hear that the morale is not an issue, which I didn't think it was, but since you're there, I'm not. But studies do show that that morale is a very powerful component of a healthy working environment.
Correct.
So, as you know, I'm sure you've seen a lot of studies that substantiate that thought. And so that's why I was asking, because you have an officer that's getting 2,210 of an increase, and so that's good to hear from your point of view that that's not going to contribute to his or their morale. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Any other questions? Continue.
So now we have fire, which starts on page 52. Are there any questions for Mr. Urias?
Ms. Montiel?
Good morning, Mr. Diaz. I have a question in the uniforms, and it's very related to the question I asked the police chief. The amount is increased to 134, line item 7012, under materials and supplies.
Okay.
Okay. Is that because they're getting a uniform allowance that it's going to be increasing, or?
That is correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about why it's being increased?
Okay. So the increase would go with some of the prices going up on uniforms, specifically the Nomex pants roughly sits about 238. So that's just projecting the increase of incoming staff as well.
Okay. Is that also built into the union talks right now about the uniform, or is that also going to be a number that can change depending on what the union and you all administration decides?
I've currently been in this position a little over a month.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Estoy sorda.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Thank
so
you.
I've currently been in this position a month, and I started reaching out to some of the union members to have these talks, and that's a talk that I'll be having with Mr. Bermudez as well. So this number could change depending on the talks that I have with staff members to come up with a proactive plan that works for everybody.
Okay, great. tell me a little bit about the training on that. I don't really see the training here.
It's line 6570.
Wow, why? It's on the other page. Okay.
Third category.
Okay, the training. So the training, I see it increased by a couple of $1,000s. What type of training do the fire department gentlemen and, well, firefighters, there's women there too, get that is being increased, which is good to see?
So some of the reason for that increase was taking into consideration the need for ALS certification or paramedics in the city of Nogales, and then also taking into consideration some of the classes for the that associate with professional career development.
Okay,
So that's the increase.
that's the, okay.
Correct. And I've also been in talks with staff members and during my time in the position to see what's being requested, needs versus wants.
Okay, okay. And also in the same professional services, the 8,000 for the tuition reimbursement.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so the 8,000, as currently there was 2 staff members from NFD that applied for tuition reimbursement. During my time as the interim or temporary fire chief, we've taken that same approach to reach out to individuals and express the concerns of continuing your education for promotion in the fire service.
Okay.
Like I said, I did take some notes, having a plan to move forward with maybe putting that in our vector target solutions so that everybody reads it and is aware of where they stand in the process, just to have clarity through the whole process of what it takes to be considered or continue the process of tuitional reimbursement.
Okay. And that's offered to everyone.
Correct.
They're well aware of from what I understand, that they can take advantage of that tuition.
Correct, but just touching up on that is going the extra step to make sure that everybody reads it, goes through the training and understands it. Should they have questions, that they take the right steps, whether that's going to the HR department and getting clarification on specific classes.
Yeah. And I follow up to that, when they take, and you need to school me about this, and there's a lot of experienced people here, but when they take certification test, do they get refunded for that?
Could you
I don't know. I understand sometimes they have to take tests to get a higher position, from one category to the other, like, a teacher becomes a principal, we have to take tests and so forth. Do they get reimbursed when they take some sort of test, or?
So there is classes. There is classes that you can get reimbursed. For example, Swiftwater Rescue is one of them.
Okay.
And that's a class that has a stipend associated with it.
Okay.
As well as the hazardous materials technician.
Yeah.
It is a class that they're reimbursed or paid through by the city, but also compensated upon completion.
Okay.
So to answer that question, yes, there is classes that they take that they are reimbursed with a stipend.
Okay, great. After they turn in the needed paperwork
Correct.
and all that. Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Mr. Bonillas?
Mr. Diaz, currently, I remember last year we had a bunch of fire hydrants that we needed to repair. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Last year we had a bunch of fire hydrants that we had to repair or replace. I don't remember the exact amount, but did you? Because I can't find it here on the budgeting. Did you set aside that in your budget to continue fixing these fire hydrants?
That is correct. There was over 200 hydrants, and that number is increasing. But I've had direct talks with Gene and the city manager to mitigate those repairs, and we're currently in the process of repairs as we speak.
So line item 6899, it's on the second page under other contractual services. So it's on the top of the second page. There's $200,000 set aside for continued hydrant repair and replacement.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I know that you didn't allocate any monies on this line item 1693. Housekeeping allowance, what was that used for? What was that used for?
1693?
1693, housekeeping. I know for the last 3 years, you haven't allocated any money on that line item.
Okay, so I believe that covers all the day-to-day cleaning of the stations, the pine saw, the detergent to wash what's needed at the station, the upkeeping of the station, toilet paper, the day-to-day operational stuff.
So how do you do it now?
It's built into their base pay, into their salaries. So all of the ones that you see as zeros for the past couple of years, 2 years ago, we revamped the way the fire department was paid, and all of those are now built into their pay.
Okay. So what, line item 7020, what's that? General materials, what's that used for?
Oh, 7020 for general materials. That would be hoses, anything that the fire department would need to purchase that would last over a year. So that's usually where they purchase their hoses from.
Wouldn't that be part of the equipment?
Well, that would be their equipment. It's just under the line item of general materials, but it is equipment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Doyle?
Yes, I'm kind of interested as far as, you see the ongoing budget, but yet is it taking into consideration how understaffed the department is? I mean, are we going to be hiring new folks immediately down the road? And it seems like there's an issue with the fire department hitting the public news, probably morale a little down, but what I'm interested is in how understaffed are you, and how many employees are you planning to hire in the next year?
Okay. So currently I'm working with City Manager Bermudez in the HR department. We're currently in the process of bringing in a new set of academy personnel that's projected roughly about 9, and also working closely with Mr. Bermudez in HR to fill positions that are needed. So we are in a proactive approach to starting a new academy group of candidates off the community members or outside community members to fill those positions.
Okay. So is this proposed budget covering all that then? The new hires and the people that you're going to be needing? Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Councilman Bonillas?
Gene, was it last year that we started rolling in the firefighters' stipends and their uniform allowance into their regular pay? Was it
That was 2
so?
years ago.
Okay, so 2 years ago. Just from the top of my head, I don't expect an exact percentage, but how much do you think that it affected the payment into their PSPRS once we started rolling in their stipends and their uniform allowances? Was it a lot? Was it really insignificant, or?
It was higher. It was higher. I can get you the numbers. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I could get those for you.
It wasn't a lot, was it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't want to say yes or no and then come back and say, oops, I was wrong. So, but I can get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious. I mean,
Councilman Granadias?
On line item 6040, overtime, 325,000. Is that due to just short on personnel, or is that just built in because of the type of shift work that you do? How does that work out?
Yes, so that reflects on a bit of the short staffing and also some of the overtime that's set forth throughout the year, correct?
And on that same token, and I believe you're short because other departments are offering 10, 15,000 sign-on bonuses within close proximity to us. So it's hard to compete with that, even though they have worked out a new deal as far as their union is concerned, correct?
That is correct.
My other question would be on the vehicles. You're requesting 2 vehicles, a Ford Edge and a Ford Transit Connect. What will those vehicles be used for?
Okay, so just to touch up with that, I've been working closely with Mr. Bermudez and our fleet department to explore other avenues before going and buying a purchase of a new vehicle. And that's utilizing some of the vehicles at fleet to minimize that and utilize what's the city already has. So we're currently in that process of refurbishing some of the vehicles that are still good so that we're not just jumping into a new vehicle.
And also the crew fitness equipment is just just for your personnel so that they can stay healthy and work out during their time, their downtime, I guess.
Okay, so the crew fitness was something that was created for the whole use of the whole city. What we started to implement was a pure fitness plan, and that plan covers everyone within the city of Nogales. And that's something that we started working with the HR department. It falls under the programs that you see on the emails as part of the fitness, pure fitness. For example, if we have somebody from Parks and Rec that would like to jump in a fitness program, the purpose of the pure fitness instructor is to have guidance and offer that to citywide. Right now, it's still in the building phase. We have currently 2 NFT staff members that are becoming certified fitness instructors, and we're currently in the process of building up the gym equipment so that it's viable and usable to everybody in the city, not just the fire department. But it is, at the end of the day, to help staff members be physically fit for this line of duty.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Next, we have Nogales Rides on page 58.
Where's my vehicle on that one?
You will notice in this budget, there was an increase in the repair and maintenance of vehicles. And a lot of that is due to repainting the current van that we have so that we can make it look nicer. And that is on 6888. And then we have the request of the purchase of the new van with the ADA ramps.
This request was approved last year,
Yes.
and we still don't have that vehicle. I know there were some issues with, so the 130, that's not plus the 110, right? That's total?
Yes, sir, that is correct. It's total. It's for 12 passenger van. We weren't able to find a shuttle last year for the amount of 110,000, but we found one available for 12 passengers with two wheelchairs. So for 126,000, something like that. So we are requesting additional 20,000 to pay for purchase that van.
How fast will we have it?
I will double check with Alfonso, the fleet manager, to see how fast we can get it.
Now, if we have that vehicle, let's say the next 2-3 months, is it worth to paint the other one? Are we going to be using the second, the one that we have right now?
Yes, sir. What happened is that sometimes we use it for special events, like 4th of July and things like that. And then also when there is a shuttle under service or repairs, we use the other one to continue the service.
Yeah, because I think those vehicles are the image of the city, definitely every place I've gone, even Douglas and San Luis, their vehicles are the image of the city, and I think that's one thing, not just with Nogales rides, but I think, that goes to what the city manager just mentioned, the vehicles are what represents our cities, and definitely we have to look into beautifying our vehicles.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Hello. So the Nogales Rides is directly under you?
Yes,
Ah, okay.
it is under my supervision.
Okay, great. So the bus driver, as it's stated here, is getting an increase from 34,422 to 36,142. It's just a little bit above minimum wage. He's getting an increase of 1,721. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Please keep me informed on that new vehicle. We need it. Now, question, will that be a plain white, or will we still have any cost of putting our logos and painting it itself?
The amount requested will include the logos.
Okay. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Together, do we have only one driver? Only one driver, yes, that is correct. When the driver is on vacation or sick, we replace him by a street worker or water worker. But that we have one official driver.
Okay, that was my follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Next, we have facilities on page 62. Are there any questions for Mr. Barcenas on facilities?
Good morning, Mr.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Good morning, Mr. Barcenas. Thank you for being here. You're requesting $500,000 of capital request. Can you tell me a little bit about your request and justifying the $500,000 request?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Can you justify the request that you've made in the $500,000 here, starting with a pickup for facilities worker and
Yes,
on AC units, new roofing, and so forth?
yes, we need a pickup truck. We are using one really old pickup truck that was passed from recreation, and I think was from the police, and that's one of the vehicles that we're requesting for the use for this area here, and going and doing all the facility work that they get done here in this building.
So that truck will be used by a worker? That truck will be used by one of your workers?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
Yeah, the air conditioning units that we're requesting for Public Works, those are the units that were installed when the building was constructed. And they are really in bad shape. And we got several times that the whole building has been without heating or cooling. And it's, I think it's time to start replacing those units and get it done. The next item that I have in the capital is doing maintenance on the roof of several buildings, Public Works, Fire Station, Senior Center, and the National Guard building. Those are relining, sealing the roofs because like City Hall here that we did a couple of years ago, we needed to do that because it was start leaking and start damaging the structure and going down. So that's included in my request to do all those buildings. We have proposals from several contractors, and that's the amount that we figured that we cover for these buildings. We have $35,000 here for the new flooring on that side, the finance side of the building. The carpets is really in bad shape and creating some problems, hazard, health problems with the dust and things like that. That the carpet just start releasing. So we're requesting that to replace that section of the building. And for the fleet department, we are requesting two fans to remove the fumes from inside of the shop. So when they are working and the motors are running, we need to keep the air circulating there and keep it clean.
Yeah, I have a follow-up, Mayor. Just go back here to the National Guard. What are you planning to do there?
Put a new coating on the roof. It's in bad shape, been dry up, and there are some drains that are sagging, so the water is not draining properly. So they need to readjust that so the rainwater runs out of the roof.
Oh, okay. That's what you're doing for that building. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you done? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm not sure if you're aware, Ms. Montiel, but we picked up the National Guard building, was given back to the city. Okay, okay. Yeah. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'm just going back to the question that Councilman Gradias posed on the Chase building. We're investing on the National Guard building. Is there a future use for that, or are we just investing that money to upgrade it?
Vice Mayor, it's not an upgrade, it's an upkeep. Because if we don't upkeep it, then it's going to get dilapidated and we're back to square one. We inherited that building and it wasn't something that was planned. So, I mean, there's certain options that we can use it for. We were looking at public safety building. We were looking at communication center. There's certain options. However, there's nothing concrete as of yet. But at the present time, what we need to do is we need to stop the leaks that it has and the damage that it has when we inherited that building so it can be suitable for whatever we chose to do in the future.
Mr. Bonillas?
Mr. Barcenas, I'm seeing here that you're putting new AC units for a Public Works building. Can you just refresh my memory? When was the last time we put in new AC units for the senior center?
3 years ago.
Senior centers,
Like two, 3 years ago?
I think we replaced those this year, some areas of the senior center. And we need to do a little section that they have in the back. And that's where we're requesting, well, no, I take it back. And the senior center is a roof that we're requesting money. The air conditioning is done right now.
So we're done
Yes.
replacing their AC
Yes.
units at. Okay, and how bad is the roof at the senior center? Is it
Well,
they have
it's
big
just
leaks?
leaking. That's part of the,
Will it be a new roof or will they just do patchwork on it, or
I didn't hear it.
are they going to do patchwork or are they going to put in a new roof?
Well, we're trying to do a complete roof resealing. If there is a structural damage, that's not included here. We would have to come back because we don't know until they go and rip off the seal.
Okay, so my question is, again, Mr. Barcenas, we don't know. So what if, I'm always at the worst case scenario. So are you in this amount, are you including the worst case scenario just in case?
Yes, for the ceiling, for the work that we're proposing,
Yes, that we're resealing the whole roof and taking care of the drainage issues. We don't know if there's going to be any structural problem. We're hoping, and we have checked, and the contractors have checked, that there is no structural damage, but we don't know until that gets discovered. When we
but my question still is the same. So, are we, as mayor and council, wouldn't it be more prudent, Mr. Barcenas? And I know there's no way of knowing. There could be no structural damage, but at the same time, there could be some serious structural damage. So, wouldn't it be prudent to include just a little bit more money just in case there is such an issue on the roof?
Yes, it would be a good idea, except that I don't have a guess. If I can put another $100,000, is that going to cover, or is going to be too much? I cannot guess that. My intent is once we do the work, and I hope it doesn't happen, that we need to do additional work. We would have to come back to you guys
And that's what,
and request for additional funding because we don't know.
All right. So we would, if such a need would arise, it would be just from the contingency fund, right? Right. Thank you, Mr. Barcenas.
Mr. Guradias.
The Boys and Girls Club is also a city building, and the only issue there was the cooling. I don't know if it was budgeted in last year's budget or is it going to be?
It's already taken
done?
care, yeah.
Thank you.
My question, Mr. Barcenas, do these buildings have roofing insurance where the insurance could cover, the damages and stuff like that?
As far as I know, I don't think so, but insurance for the roofing.
Mr. Mayor, I would think that the insurance would be caused to damage, but not, this is upkeep that we're doing. So this is normal wear and tear. I mean, if it was something that a tree would fall on it or something like that, then it would be covered by insurance. However, the maintenance itself is not covered by insurance.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to engineering, which is on page 66. This budget is very similar to the last year's budget. He is asking for one capital item. Any questions for engineering?
Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Guradias.
The drone equipment under those 10,000, does that cover the license? I think if you're getting a industrial drone or something like that, you need licenses for it. Does that 10,000 cover everything and training, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir. The training will be provided by the same vendor. And then also we have to practice, and it's up to us.
So basically what we're doing is taking it out of supplies and putting it into capital.
Yeah.
Change order. Yeah, it says change order.
Ms. Montiel, you have a question?
Yeah, I know my nephews have those drones and stuff. What are you planning to do with a drone? I know what a drone is. I just
thank you for
wonder
asking.
what are you going to do with that?
The purpose of this drone is to perform chopo, generate chopo with those drones. Is the new technologies in place that you can instruct the drone to go and take a photo aerial and topo of an area, and then come back and use it in the computer. So, and then also we can perform inspections, construction inspections with those drones. Take before and after pictures for presentations and things like that.
So that will improve the services to the residents of Nogales?
That is the intent.
That's the intent?
Yes,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Guerra, Last year you spent or budgeted $10,500 for general materials, and this year you're not budgeting anything?
Vice Mayor, what I did a budget transfer to general material, and I purchased other things like surveying equipment with that. That is, the one that we have is obsolete, and then the drone for in the next budget will coordinate with the drones, with the surveying equipment that we purchase. So it will communicate with the GPS that we already are acquiring this year.
So you won't be needing any additional funding on that line item?
Not at this point, to be honest. I think with this will be enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Next, we have the cemetery on page 70. Are there any questions for Mr. Oropesa?
Mr. Go ahead.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
And thank you for taking the reins.
Absolutely, it's an honor.
Yeah, thank you. What does the person that is employed to work at the cemetery do?
The employee that is there, she is in charge of setting up a program where she is locating every plot that there is. And if there's missing deceased people, which we've heard this morning, she goes out and she finds out exactly who it is, where it's at. She points it in the computer. So it's all digital so that anybody can utilize it. And she will program it so that it is there. And hopefully she'll contact the families to say it's in this section and so forth, so that they have an idea on where it's at and where to locate their siblings or whomever they're looking for. But she's in charge of the entire cemetery, and she puts everything down, and people that are deceased, present and future, she puts everything down, puts it all on writing and puts it on file so that if loved ones come and search for anyone there, they have access to it.
Okay, but there's no, she doesn't, or he, I don't know who's there, she or he doesn't do maintenance. It just.
She doesn't do maintenance. All she does is take care of all the information for the cemetery.
So there's maintenance workers that are.
Oh, the maintenance workers?
To keep, I know it's not in.
They're under the cemetery, but they're under me.
Yeah, they're under you.
Yes.
So that's what I was asking about this regular employee. She just solely does that, what you just described.
Correct.
Just that.
She walks the cemetery to make sure that, everybody's accounted for at the cemetery. Unfortunately, that's her job.
David, when that when that data is where does that data that she collects goes to? Where does
it goes into her computer? And it's in the computer, so it's all filed into the computer and it stays there. So she gets all the information from Adair's and from Martinez.
Yeah.
And then that's inputted in.
Yeah, it was a kind of a.
And it's also available online as well.
So that was my next question. Yeah. My next question is, so it's available to the public, and how, if I want to get that data, where do I go to?
Yeah, it's under the city website, and they can go under the cemetery and they can log on and they can see the picture frames and they can point out and search. There's going to be dots on every plot. So if you punch in and look at that arrow and you point it to a certain dot, it will say so-and-so, Mr. Oropesa. And then you can click on that and it'll show you a shot of where their plot is.
Okay. So you're coordinating with the funeral homes?
Yes.
To get that information and then input that information.
That is correct.
It makes it available to the residents.
To the residents of the city or anywhere else.
Yeah, and that's good to know, David, because a lot of residents ask, even myself, there's a shortage. There's no more room, right? First of all, there's no more room available to sell.
Not to my understanding,
Not
there's,
to your understanding. So
Yeah.
whatever there is, there is. And so people have to kind of go into the website and get that information to see where everybody
get
is,
information to
with all
see
due
if there's
respect,
one or
buried.
two plots available, but if not, we have the columbarium that is available. There is plenty of room in there.
Yeah. Is there any more issues concerning like selling plots that already belong to somebody that you know of?
That I know of, I think it's more or less well under controlled unless they come in and they say, well, this is my plot
Yeah.
that we don't know of. So that's what Gabby is kind of putting everything together so that she finds every single person who has a plot that makes sure it's theirs. So that's my understanding is that she's going through every plot, contacting that family to make sure, is this your plot? Not X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So that is her main purpose right now is to identify every plot to make sure that the owners are the owners, not someone else's.
Because the reason I'm asking is because some liability is placed on the city when we sell a plot that's already belonging to somebody, right?
Right. Unfortunately, in the past, you had Adair's, you had
Yeah.
so many people
Venus and-
dealing plots. So it's just a matter of
Yeah.
now trying to get a hold of all those owners.
Controlling all of that. Yeah,
Yes,
that's good to
controlling
know.
it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a lot of work.
Thank you.
Councilman Gradius.
David, you're requesting 2 additional groundskeepers. Is this to alleviate you having to take your regular groundskeeper?
That is correct. In the past years, I had to bring eight of my guys to go in and help out, clean out. And not only that, but then they have to go back and do their own job.
And is this efficient with 2 additional employees with that?
But too efficient, I think it would be help out tremendously because, that will help out with the weed infestation and tree removals of all the dead trees.
Okay,
Yes, but, we work as a team,
correct.
So 2 additionals will really help a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
David, on the paving, is that a small section you're paving? Because $25,000 doesn't pave.
It's a very small, it's in the front entrance of the cemetery. As you go in and it splits up, I think there's a plot there, Patterson, which is right in the middle. And it goes down and there's little sections that we just need to pave maybe 100 feet and then in front of the veterans up on top. And it's going to be in-house as well.
Okay, is it paving or just millings?
Paving.
Paving? All right, and my other question is, the lights on the columbarium, are these the ones that they stole the last time?
I don't think they're the ones that they stole. I think they're new solar or LED lights that need to go up around the columbarium. In the past month or 2, we've had some vandalism going on there. So I think the past director wanted to put lights up there, and the only way to do so is to put solar lights there.
Mm-hmm. How about a camera?
We can put a simulated camera there just to double check, but
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mayor Oropesa. Do we go to Parks and Rec, or you have animal control, but with no, at least not in my book, with no coverhead.
Yeah, 73 is the animal control. That number has come from the county, so that is the portion of their budget that they will be charging us.
Okay.
Next is Park and Rec.
Let me put another hat on.
Before, Mr. Oropesa, before we jump into, do you know, has there been thoughts about a new cemetery?
There's a new what?
A new cemetery.
A new cemetery? I've heard that in the past, but it's it's up for grabs for whomever wants to give out the land, I believe. But the last time I heard it, nobody wanted to have a cemetery in certain neighborhoods. So, because the landowners were going to donate the land, I believe, but nobody wanted a cemetery in their neighborhood. But that's up for discussion, and that's an option for future references, because I mean, there's still a lot of people in Nogales. You know, I'm sorry to say, but we're going to need it unless cremate. It's just the easiest way to go. And I don't like to be in the cemetery business, so I just don't want to talk about that, but it's unfortunate.
We're all headed that way.
We're going to head that way, no matter what.
No matter what, we got to, I think, I know people have talked.
The healthier we stay, Mayor, the better it is.
Not
But you
wanting to
never
be
know.
in the business, but I think it's, something, that we inherit this obligation. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, we've inherited the cemetery from department to department to department, and, the city has been taking the responsibilities, and, we're making every effort to do what's best for the citizens, and a new cemetery would fall in really good, a flat one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we go to Parks and Rec.
With no headstone, no houses.
Are there any questions on our Park and Rec budget?
David, I want to talk a little bit about the 4th of July. That's one of the biggest festivities that we offer, the City of Nogales offers and sponsors to the residents of Nogales, Santa Cruz County, actually. Do you think that there should be an increased amount allocated to that event?
Absolutely. I think anything that can be allocated to that event will make the event a lot bigger and safer and better for everyone.
Yeah. So I know it's increased a little bit. I got it, to $100,000. But that's just special events, which covers probably the Christmas parade and so forth, right?
All the events.
Yeah.
Yes.
All sponsored events. Okay.
All sponsored.
So that also includes, for example, the in-kind monies that are provided to certain events.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not broken down. So I can't see how much is spent for 4th of July. I'm sure you have that in your computer allocated. But do you have it offhand? How much is spent at the 4th of July? With all
Just the top of my head for the 4th of July, I'm looking at about 25,000. If so, the fireworks itself about $13,000 to $15,000, and that's our biggest expense. And then plus all the overtime and everything else that goes with it, and the music and the bands and stage and all the generators that they need. So I mean, there's a lot of. We're looking about close to 40,000, if that.
in total.
In total for 4th of July.
Yeah. So in your opinion, because you've been there for a long time.
No.
No, you haven't been there a long time, so you have this additional knowledge. Do you think it should be increased? Do you make that recommendation that the allocation for 4th of July
I would
increase?
every year I would increase it, just because the fact is everything is blooming, and we never know that we might want to make it bigger and better.
Yeah.
And I rather have enough than not have enough.
Yeah.
And it just goes for everybody, that we don't have to be searching all over the place for an additional $5,000 to $6,000. I rather be.
Yeah. And also, paying the bands a little bit more, and whatever have you. I'm not going to get into lighting and all that stuff here, but maybe I recommend, colleagues, that maybe we could add more monies into the 4th of July allocation, because it is the event that is mostly celebrated, if you will. We have that last year, there was an increase of people there. It was very obvious, because I understand from your department that more people attended. And I think that if we could just make an additional allocation, I can't really specifically say how much, but I for sure a couple $1,000s more. So you could have more leeway. We could compensate the the people that will be there, the band specifically, because they're all, you know, from Nogales. And so I don't
All
know, that's
locals.
up to you to decide. But as council, I would recommend that, Mayor, that it increases the amount for 4th of July's increase, because it's not broken down here. It's just a
The
general.
total.
Yeah. So
My question is, what does the 154,500 of other professional services include?
the 150,
Is that part of it? It's 65.99.
the 154.
Yeah, the 154, I believe, it's just other professional services. It's just going.
But is that part of 4th of July?
No.
No?
No, 4th of July is under special events.
Yeah. Which
And
only
that's-
went up 25.
Yes, that went 25.
But
So
this
yeah,
other
basic-
big 150,000 increase, what is that pertaining to? Do you know?
special events, I couldn't tell you at this point in time.
No, on 99, David.
On
Other
professional service,
professional
154.
service, the last line, it increased 150.
To, yes. My understanding, what we use on other professional services is, you know, we do have companies come in and they try to, or implement something in our parks or what have you, and we have to hire plumbers and electricians if we don't have the electrician on hand. Any other installations that, such as bleacher sections, canopies, swing sets, they charge always.
Bathrooms.
Yeah, they always charge an additional charge to install that.
That also includes engineering and everything else that we need.
It
to do in
includes
the
all
parks.
of the engineers and drawings and.
And that's the large increase this year?
Yeah, but we
Looking into an engineering to kind of look at all of the parks and kind of revamp anything that we would need revamped in the next few years.
Yes.
we need new parks. But we've been averaging, from 4,222 down to 1,200. And now we add 150. So what's the plan with that 150? You know,
That would be for an engineer to come in, as parks would need somebody to look at the parks that we currently have, and see if there's anything that we would need to do to make them better for the future, kind of
An analysis of all the parks just to get an input on what needs to be repaired, resurfaced, make them all ADA, because, we cannot go back and say this is grandfathered in anymore. So, we have to accommodate everybody. So we need that engineering to come in and tell us this is what these parks need, and then they'll give us a cost analysis of what it will cost the city to do so.
okay. Now, Mr. Guerra's also listening in the back.
Absolutely.
One thing that I think we got to look into, Mr. Oropesa, is the runoff on Hohokam coming into basically Fletcher Fields. We have tons of water that runs off and goes into our fields and ends up pouring into our right field. I've talked it before, we're maybe trying to do a gutter before the runoff, before the slope coming to the parking lot, and maybe getting it into an angle. I recall I talked to Marcel back then that there was maybe putting a pipe angling northwest back into the to the wash.
Correct.
Because that is
Well,
a lot of
the
water.
line is a headache, and the month of July is a headache because of the
Yes.
monsoons and the Little League tournaments, and that's unfortunately in that area. When they built that road, correct me if I'm wrong, it was raised. Once it was raised, our fields are lower, so all the runoff is going to go to the lowest point. Obviously, it's Fletcher 1. If back 15, 20 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, Public Works was going to put a drain by the trees on the north side behind the scoreboard on field number 1 to divert the water going down the drain, going down to the wash to eliminate the big puddle of water that's behind. And hopefully that goes through Flesher 1 to do that. But that's something that Mr. Guerra and his staff will kind of have to assist and look into it and see what possibilities. And the reason they didn't do it is because they had just built that new road and they didn't want to cut the new road up to do that.
Yeah, because I think that would help, you know, the
whole area.
excessive water in the fields down there. Plus, you know how the lake gets developed behind the scoreboard of Flesher 1.
I've witnessed this too many times.
My wish is to do a mini park over there for the T-ballers, but we would have to.
You have to knock down the trees, and we don't want to do that.
No, you have enough area. You don't need a 100-foot fence.
You got a beautiful field behind here that they can utilize.
We need to work on lights. Have you talked on lights on this one?
Never thought about lights for the jail park, but if that's your wish, we can bring Mark Anderson or Sellers and Sons, who are the ones who installed all our lights at all our fields.
Okay.
Definitely.
But that water thing, Mr. Guerra, let's look into it, please. That.
I believe the issue there is that the elevation of the channel is almost the same elevation than it's like a ponding area. The only solution, I believe, will be with regrading that area and creating like a catch basin system and pump it to the channel, because it's by gravity, I don't think we can make it. Unfortunately, the way that it is, the elevation of the wash with a lot of sediments through the years, and so it is very shallow there in front of the that area. So, but I would have to take a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions on parks, Vice Mayor?
Yes, David. I noticed that on capital projects, I'm sorry, no, on park improvements, it went down from 2,854,634 to 230,000. Went down over $2 million. We just added the Meadow Hills Golf.
The driving range.
So how come it went down so much?
I believe majority of all the improvements have been taken care of at this point in time. So I know that there's some improvements going on for the capital request for the amount of $200 and some thousand, and I believe that's where it's coming out of, if I'm not mistaken.
Most of that from this year that's in the budget is because of the amount that Teachea costs. So that's why with Teachea being, this part is finished. There's no carry forward like it has the last few years trying to get the project completed. So that is why it has dropped, because Teachea was so expensive.
So it started back in 2022?
With that big 1.6 million, that's when we started the planning and the engineering and the construction of Teachea.
Okay. My other question, on the Carpenter pool, does the school district share part of that responsibility?
None.
None? Just the city?
It's all city. Except for the water. Some of the water but majority of all the maintenance and repairs belongs to the city.
Okay. And my last question is, seasonal employees, are those the referees and umpires and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
No, seasonal is the summer youth program.
Summer youth, okay.
And the umpires.
They're officials, sports officials.
Oh, okay. All right, so are these employees, seasonal employees, are they covered by some kind of liability insurance?
They're under the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bonillas.
Mr. Lopez, I have reservations on the $235,000 to resurface the Carpenter pool. I've been talking a lot to Mr. Bermudez about this issue, and as a matter of fact, I've asked him to go talk to the current superintendent. Am I correct, Mr. Bermudez? And I wanted to propose some type of land swap, but they declined it. But that pool is only really the only time we have access to that swimming pool is during the summer months. Am I correct?
June and July.
Right. So we're on the hook for $235,000 to resurface it and paint it, when in reality we don't have a use for that swimming pool all that much. And as a matter of fact, only for correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lopez, but the only time there's actually people there is it's like in the mornings for the swimming lessons and stuff like that.
Swimming lessons.
But for the rest of the day, there's hardly anyone there, right?
Yes, correct.
And that's one of the issues that I'm trying to because we own the pool, we own the parking lot there at Wade Carpenter also. So at this point, it's a big drain into our money, just trying to keep up that swimming pool. How much does it cost? Between $5,000 and $6,000 a month just to maintain that pool?
Just to maintain the electricity, the materials.
Well, electricity and it's covered by school district. Am I correct, Mr. Redwoods? Yes, but just general maintenance on that pool. It is what we put into it and the use that we have for it. In reality, doesn't really quite work out for us, right?
It doesn't.
It's an imbalance, right? We're putting all this money into that swimming pool, and I know it belongs to us. But I would make a suggestion today, is to either donate that swimming pool back to the school district, and they can do whatever they want to. If it was up to me, I would personally just drain that pool. Just drain it and cover it up, but I haven't seen what the cost is going to be for that, Mr. Bermudez. But try to go back to the superintendent, Mr. Bermudez, and see if we can't figure out something, because I do not want to spend $235,000 resurfacing that swimming pool that we hardly use. I mean, it's just, I don't think it's, and then we got another, $38,000 for the pump room too. And then this is where, I wouldn't like to approve this money for that project. I just feel that we're not getting a bang for a buck.
I can tell you that talking to the superintendent, they don't want that pool.
Well, then we need to do something with it.
It serves a different geographical part of the city. It might not be a lot as the pool at the rec, but it does serve a purpose. As far as to how many people go there, I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but it does serve the west side of Nogales.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand that, but my point is that we only have access to that pool 2 months, as Mr. Lopez has stated, and we have to keep maintaining that swimming pool all year. I know back in the day, I used to go when I was younger to that swimming pool. But for some reason now everyone goes to here at the rec center. So I don't know. I don't feel comfortable approving these $235,000 and $38,000 to fix that pool. Just seems money not spent well or wisely. Also, Mr. Oropesa, on that park on Trinidad. Where are we at? Did we have a shortfall for that?
No, a purchase order has been issued to Mark Anderson. So as soon as they're done with the pickleball courts next to the recreation center, they will begin construction at Trinidad Park.
On Trinidad?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Gradias.
A quick note on the pool issue. I think regardless, we still have to budget it at this time, and then if we decide to do something about it during the course of the year or sooner, the money goes back into the general fund. But contingency-wise, we got to make sure we are covered, and then we can act on it at a later time. That's my suggestion.
Yes, I agree, and Mr. Bonillas, like Mr. Bermudez said, it covers a different entity of the city. I think there's maybe working relations, possibilities of extending, afternoons for the pool during the year, and give it a little bit more use, not just maybe the summer. The public pool at Hohokam is used year round pretty much, but I think it would really discourage that part of the city kids, and I don't think it. The money, we've done it. Obviously, right now the resurfacing is one thing that we do. How often, Mr. Oropesa? 10 years.
10 years, 15 years at the most.
You're looking at us spending, $23,000 on a yearly basis, basically, rounded off, and it's well worth it for the kids.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that the reasons that the Hohokam pool is used more because it is heated. This pool over here at Wade Carpenter is not heated. That's the difference in the usage right there.
Well, then the other thing too for the Wade Carpenter Junior High is the restrooms. We cannot use the restrooms due to the fact that there's kids being in and out of that place, and we cannot open our gates to that. So that's why we only use it June and July, because we have access to the restrooms, and that's a health department issue too as well. So throughout the year, we cannot use it because there's school in session.
Good point. Yes, Mr. Bonilla.
Mr. Bermudez, who is liable for, does it fall under the schools risk pool or the cities? Since if something should happen, let's say March, April, when we're not using it, something should happen. Would any liability, would it fall on the city or the school, or
100%?
How does that work?
100% that's city property, adjacent to the school. So when it was built back, I don't know, because I swam in that when we were well, back then it was middle school, it was junior high. Who knows what the rationale behind that was, but it is what it is. And
because I happen to know for a fact that not even Wade Carpenter is using the pool. Like you said, when we had PE, we used to use that pool, but they're not using it.
No, they don't have a swim program. And if you look at,
well, we had PE and we,
sure,
at one point went in there.
That's not inclusive of their PE program anymore.
Well, let's look at it. But, I agree with Mr. Gradillas, I think we should continue with it and then look forward to see what we can arrange. Any other questions? Ms. Montiel?
No.
Vice Mayor? No? Mr. Gradillas?
On the converting the planters into a stage at Turley, 80,000, is that enough? Are we going to do a good job of it, or just patchwork, or do we need more money there? Because if we're going to do something, let's do it right. Because if we're going to move over our whole stage to that area, which is a great idea,
Correct.
we better make sure we get it done right.
I believe this number was given to the past director in reference to redoing that planter into some sort of an amphitheater. So I just take it the way it is here on the sheet. It's 80,000, but it could be more or it could be less. But I think it would be more, obviously, because of the materials and then obviously the electrical and so forth and lighting. Yes, sir.
Regarding that project, I spoke to the previous director, and I told her what my concerns were, Mr. Lopeza, and if we're going to build a stage like you want to do that, we first need to make sure that everything is industry standard. There's no sense in putting cement down if we can't bring a sound company, any sound company, and because we already tried it 4 years ago, we tried to measure to put the staging on that area. However, the way that the trusses are made, industry standard, we would go over into the track. So to me, it's not. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have that like an amphitheater when we know that anyone that will eventually try to put their sound installation in that place,
Correct.
will not meet industry standards. Like I'll use for example, when I did it, and now it's LED party. Their trussing is already made industry standard. So, and I know I measured it personally, and we went in almost 6 feet into the track because it was too small. So putting that cement, they're spending $80,000, which I know for a fact that when we try to bring in anyone to set up a big stage in that area, it's not going to work. It's going to be too small. So I don't know if plus all the electrical that you would need to put in there. I don't even think we do have electrical on the side wall of the building. So we can because I talked to Saul back in the day. So he has like an additional 200 amps right there that we would have to bring down into that area, which is not a big deal.
Right.
But I'm talking about
the
size, the industry standard. It won't work out all that well. Just an observation.
Mr. Mayor, I think my recommendation would be the same as the pool. Leave that money in there. Let's revisit this project, and we'll go from there. If you guys want to do it, it's fine. If you guys don't want to do it, as far as to the project, let me go get a quote as far as to and find out what was included in that quote, dimensions, materials, electric, and everything else. But my recommendation is that we leave these $80,000 here, and then we'll work off of that in the future.
Okay, I agree. Got a question. What happened to the right here at Techeo Park, the auditorium and all that?
That's second phase, phase 2, phase 3. It all depends on.
But it's not.
No, it's not going to.
We're gonna reopen Techeo, this month, and there's no date or money allocated to continue with that second phase?
Not with second phase for the amphitheater, no. It's just the Techeo Park itself.
Was there a preliminary cost to that? Do you recall?
For 2 and 3, yes.
Mr. Mayor, let me do some research and I'll come back with all the information.
Okay. All right.
It's all under the same program that we went through the Techeo Park. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Oropesa. I move that we take our break for 1 hour. We good? All in favor? Okay, all right. We'll take a break, come back 1:15. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's cute, right?
So, that's a good point. I understand it. I understand that, you know. And then she wasn't happy with Roy. You know, she never thought it was a good idea.
She asked for all the.
She doesn't like Roy, doesn't like George. She's more with Roy, and she doesn't feel like he should be there. And she also feels like, you know, very upset with Machado and let him go. So she said, you know what,
5% of our budget. And when are the firefighters happy? Never.
No one's ever happy.
Yeah, ¿me entiendes?
That's
Pero,
not just them, but not because no one's ever happy, but you know what? I'm sorry to tell you though, but, because the amount is 5% doesn't mean it's equitable. Why don't we look at giving 3,000 to everybody, the trash guy,
I don't mind that, Lisa. I don't mind. I think it's a great idea. Pero mira, this is what they're going to come back. Es lo que te van a decir, Lisa. You go ahead and propose it. Just then they'll come back and say, well, if we do that, then it's going to cause all these bunch of compression.
Yeah.
Entonces,
Welcome back to 2024, 2025 workshop, budget workshop. We continue with HERF Enterprise Funds, revenues and expenditures. Go ahead, Ms. Jean.
So if you start on page 79, that's the revenue for HERF. You will see the $2,594,000 number. That's the number we've been given by the state as presumably what we will get in this year. And then we have our carry forward below that. And remember, our carry forward is where we take the prior year revenues, add in the revenues that we currently have received in, and we subtract the current expenditures. And that's what gives us our carry forward numbers. So we have 4.1 million as our current revenue budget for HERF. If you turn to the next page, is where we start our expenditures. And Juan's ready if you have any questions or.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
On the regular employees, is this cover what the streets employees or all employees? All public works employees? Which ones?
Street.
Streets department, yeah, that's what, yeah, that was the question. They cover the streets? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
On one on these do we have any projects pending? Because I see that on street improvement, you went down from 2 million to 395.
Yes, sir, we have a couple of pending projects. By the way, I prepare an exhibit showing the projects completed and the projects pending to be or planned to be carried forward for next year. I will pass it to you. CDS is the Senators Kyles and the grant application to the federal government. How is that called? Direct spending, something like that? Direct allocation. I don't remember exactly the name of that. CDS is Mr. Roy Bermudez. What is the CDS, the Senator's office, Senator Kelly's office request for grant applications?
Oh, yeah, the
Direct spending or
yes.
the
Direct appropriations. That's what it is. But we haven't heard anything back. I know that there's quite a bit of projects that we put in there. So we're still we're waiting to hear back from them, actually.
Okay. So what I'm planning to do is we have 5 grant applications pending, which are at the bottom portion of the 11 by 17 sheet. What I'm proposing is to carry forward part of because these grants were submitted last year, and then we resubmitted this year. So I'm planning to carry forward the matching funds from overweight, and I'm adding 2 additional grants to the list. So what I'm proposing here is to set aside the matching funds in case of we receive the grant award. And the top list of projects some of those are projects that we are proposing to carry forward for next fiscal year, and we are adding a few other roads.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Guerra, on the top portion, on number 10, where it says Grand Avenue 5-foot concrete sidewalk, is that on the east side of Grand Avenue?
Is the next phase of the construction of sidewalks. I don't know if we started at Country Club.
Okay.
Yes, on the west side. And then we ended at Old Tucson Road. So we had this project for this year, but we have been experiencing difficulties getting the encroachment application with ADAT. So we are, I think, very close to get it. So I'm proposing to carry forward this project for next year.
But that's on the east side?
No, it's on the
same
west
side?
Yeah, on the same side.
So by Circle K and all that?
Right. Starting at Old Tucson Road, the continuation south of Old Tucson Road, all the way up to Villa's Supermarket.
The Ramfles Salvi.
Oh, okay. And my other question was Industrial Park. What is the second phase? Because I thought they had already paved that.
We just completed phase 1, which is from IHOP restaurant up to Manor Drive. So phase 2 is the closing the loop, starting at Manor Drive and ending at Mariposa Ranch Road.
How far along is that?
I don't remember, but it's at least 2,500 linear feet.
No, but
I mean, in terms of
are we waiting for an approval of the grant or?
Yes, sir. So we submitted this grant application last year to Senator Kyle's office, and we received a letter that the project was selected from hundreds of projects, but unfortunately didn't pass the next round to the next cycle, which is the grant award. We resubmitted this grant again, so hoping that this year we'll make it.
So the top projects that you gave us, Jackson Street, Old Tucson, Massac, Calle Maya, Santo Patron, Calle Avispas, all those 11 projects, those are approved already?
These are money from, these are not grant applications. The top portions are not grant applications, are projects proposed with the City of Nogales funding between HERF and overway fees.
But were these projects already approved by the city or?
Yes, some of those projects, like project 1 to 6, were in the last year capital improvements, but we didn't complete it.
So those carry over?
Carry forward.
Will these amounts be sufficient to finish these projects?
The idea is to do these projects with in-house street department. So the amount of money estimated here is thinking that we are just buying the materials.
and using our equipment and labor.
Any other questions? Mr. Bonillas?
More than anything, a comment. I've discussed this in length with Mr. Bermudez as far as paving our roads here in the city of Nogales. And I asked him just, I want to do something kind of radical, probably not going to be possible, but it's something that kind of worries me year in, year out with the budget. So I have asked Mr. Guerra in the past to sort of come up with a plan of service our roads and come up with a game plan on what they're going to do every year. However, they can't really formulate anything because every year our HERF funds either we get more or some year we get less. So it's very hard for them to formulate a strategy as far as to go in there and finish off the streets. And so I asked them, Mr. Guerra, what? He goes, I try to stretch out the money I get every year. So they do a little fixing here, they do a little fixing there. As you can see here, on the project name on the top of the sheet, there's one street that's not on here, which is kind of curious because this is Monte Carlo. We did all the streets, all the laterals, but Calle Nacosari, which I think is the worst street, has been overlooked for the past years, and it's not on here. So I asked Mr. Guerra if he can formulate something. Let's say that we can find, Gene, maybe you can tell me how crazy this would be if we can get $1 million into streets to formulate a plan and finish off these streets, because we fix a little bit over here, fix a little bit over there, and it really, at the end of the day, it looks like we did nothing. We know we did something, but at the end of the day, it doesn't look like we really did something for the city. But I would like to insert $1 million into our street fund, so that we can formulate a game plan, and every year whatever comes in from HERF, then we can use that. But we need to have something stable every year. And that's the problem when it comes to paving our streets here in the city of Nogales, that we never know what's what. We don't know what we're getting. And so it's very hard for Mr. Guerra and his team to formulate a service, some type of service strategy with the roads. It'd be a lot nicer if we just set that $1 million in there. I know that we don't have the money right now, and that we would have to probably pull that from contingency, right, Gene? But I think it would alleviate a lot of the issues that we have as far as trying to have a successful paving program in the city of Nogales. Mr. Guerra, would that greatly help you in as far as determining how we go about in paving our roads? Would $1 million help you? I can work with that, and plus whatever extra money we get in from HERF and overweight fees. Would that help you, Mr. Guerra?
Thank you very much, first of all, for trying to help us with the dilapidated roads that we have everywhere. I know that we are very behind what we need to do in the street department. And then, as you said, we do as much as we can with the city resources, and we would like to do more, but we have to do the day-to-day basis, which is with abatement and patching repairs, and we have a lot of things to do in addition to the committed paving projects. With $1 million, what I'm thinking to do will be to maybe creating a separate or an additional master plan with for maintenance of roads, like chip seal, or hiring a contractor to help us to do more than what we can do. Because again, if I say to you that with that additional $1 million on top of this, we'll not make it with our city crews. So definitely we need to hire some external
assistance.
I understand that, Mr. Guerra, but my question to you is, can you start, I want $1 million as a building block for your strategy as far as a paving program goes. Because the conversation I've had with Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Bermudez and with you is that when we try to implement such programs, we really can't do anything because we don't know what, every year it varies. And so it ends up, it looks like I know for a fact that we did pave a lot of streets, we did fix a lot of streets, but in reality, because it looks like we really didn't do anything at the end of the day. But I think that if we can find the money, those $1 million into the street program, Mr. Guerra, I think it'll help you have that as a building block and start pushing this big issue a little bit faster than what we're doing. Because I think that every year we fix streets, but if we look around, it really looks like we didn't do anything. We as mayor and council, we know what we did. We know, but our constituents really, because we do a little bit here and a little bit there, it seems like we don't do anything. And years can go by before we end up fixing some other roads. And I'll use just Nacosari for a fact. We did a bunch of roads, the Laros, Cananea, Caborca, Empalme, and Nacosari, which I think it's hard to tell when the dirt and the asphalt start and end. But that street, I've been here, this is my 4th year, and that street, I've asked for it to be fixed, and it comes in, different administrations get here, and the previous administration, and it just, I'm just using that as an example. There are other roads that need some serious love also, but I think that $1 million would help us achieve a big chunk of what needs to be done. And like you said, we can hire crews, we can hire companies to do the chip seal or Fox seal, and that way our crews are not stuck doing that type of work, and we can concentrate on paving the streets that we need to do in-house or whether we have to outsource them.
I would like to add a little bit more to the possibility of using $1 million for that purpose. But what I'm thinking is that, let's say if we hire a contractor can take that $1 million for one road only. So that's a reality.
Yeah.
We cannot do much hiring a contractor. And then on the other issue that we are facing is that we are not hand by hand with WIFA projects. So WIFA projects only contemplates replacing the trenching, but not the whole road.
Mm-hmm.
So with that $1 million could be also
that's fine. That's
proposed for
whatever means you need to use it, Mr. Guerra. I have faith that you will implement. But my point is that $1 million would help you push the big elephant in the room. Just sort of push it a little bit more instead of every year trying to just move it a little bit. I think that we need that type of bold move during this budget meetings because I feel that I've been here 4 years and I served under the previous administration and now with Mr. Maldonado, and it seems like it is a big task, Mr. Guerra, as far as we have 70 miles of road, right? It's the city of Nogales?
I guess 80 miles.
80 miles?
80,000
so,
miles.
I mean,
80 miles.
80 miles? Yeah. So I think that it'll be a nice fresh start with $1 million. And
oh, yes.
You can do it. But it's up to the mayor and council.
Councilman Bonilla. It would be nice, and we had this discussion before with John and Juan and stuff, and it would be nice to put aside $1 million. We would probably have to find it from contingency because we have no other place to grab. However, if you look down further in the budget, if you wait a minute, we're going to add another 2 more FTEs, full-time employees. And what I want to do with those full-time employees, because I'm driving around there, we do have a lot of dilapidated roads. I totally agree with that. However, these 2 full-time employees are going to concentrate on doing daily maintenance. That's all they're going to do. And that hopefully will send the message that we're not just sitting back and just, everything falling in deaf ears as far as to complaints about potholes and everything and such. Because if we do a road, we don't do the maintenance. And if we do maintenance, we don't do roads. So I think this is a fine balance between doing both, and give me an opportunity to see where we are with this and how it's going to work this summer, because obviously the summer is a time to do all these jobs. And then we can come back and find out. And in the meantime, I'll find out where we can get that money from and try to invest more into our road infrastructure.
Yeah, and like you said, Mr. Bermudez, we've talked about those two employees also, and that's a great idea. There are utility cuts in the city and our streets that were there before I became a councilman. And so there are utility cuts in some streets that are 6 years old. I know that recently, this past week, they fixed some utility cuts in the Monte Carlo area. There's still some that have not been fixed, but there's one out by Vista del Cielo that's in the middle of the road. It's been there for quite a while. So it's just, my point is, that's fine if you want to go down that path, Mr. Bermudez. I still would like for you to look in on how we can pull those $1 million into the streets program, because I seriously believe that, every year it's the same. We can't do this because we depend on HERF only and overweight fees. So we're not really doing anything. When we fix these streets or service them, we've already fallen behind on other streets. So we need sort of a stopgap and start moving forward. I don't think, not because it's neglect, I think it comes down to our economics, to finances, that we're not being able to really get ahead of the issues here in the city of Nogales. So just food for thought, Mayor and Council, about those $1 million. And if you can find a way, Gene and Mr. Bermudez, to find that money.
I have a couple of ideas that I'm working on currently, and hopefully they come to fruition. And then once they do, I'll present it before council. But I've been working on that.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Gradius.
Why are we budgeting for 2 used pickup trucks? Is it cost effective? Well, because we're looking at maintenance and issues like that. If we're not buying new vehicles, wouldn't it be more cost effective to get new vehicles?
The reason that I put that, but I need to correct that, because what happened is that we had budgeted 2 pickups, brand new pickups, for $45,000 each, but we acquired one that was available, a little bit bigger pickup. Instead of a 150, we purchased a 250, F-250. So it cost a little bit more and left us just $38,000 instead of the 45. So Alfonso, the fleet manager, recommended that there are very good used trucks locally in the local agencies with low mileage that might be available for that amount. The thing is that I was checking all the expenditures, before the budget session today, and I realized that one, I need to remove that. I guess we spent a little bit more in every item that we had last year, and so we don't have that money. So I need to check that. I need to cross that so we don't. The only equipment that I'm proposing the next budget will be the dump truck for 24 tons.
The way I see it, if you can get 2 good trucks and for $38,000, I think we leave it in here, because we had already budgeted for partial of it. So I'm all for it. Leave it in if you can find something like that. But just let's make sure we do our homework and they're reliable, and we're not going to be spending more on maintenance than buying a new car.
Okay. So from that list that you are really seeing, I was thinking to eliminate the solar aero board, because we just purchased it last week. So we don't need to carry forward that one. We are already done. And then for the 38,000 that I thought I had it, so I don't have it to carry forward. So I need to eliminate those.
Oh, well, you can budget for it. I don't think we need to eliminate it. And also your aero board, 15,000, I would recommend that you move it down to capital equipment, because I'm sure we're going to need some change orders down the road. So it's just a suggestion. But we'll rather have the money available than have to do another change order. That's a suggestion. It's your budget, but it's already budgeted for, so I think we need to keep it instead of giving it away.
Thank you. I will check with Alfonso if the used trucks are still an option, a good option, and then see if we can somehow purchase 2 more trucks within the budget. But I want to double check the amount that we spent last year before recommending to carry forward this amount.
Would we be able to move the 25,000 up to combine with the 38 and maybe look at 2 better vehicles? It's still a capital expense, isn't it?
You mean the 15 and the 38?
15 and 10, so that's 25, plus he's got 38, requesting 38.
Okay.
So if we combine all those, we don't need a solar board, we already have it. And then the other capital equipment can be used as a capital purchase, so that'll give them an option to purchase.
63,800.
Is that doable, or is that's just an idea?
Well, Mr. Guerra, this money that you asked for, no, never mind. I was going to ask you, Mr. Guerra, did we ever get those street sweepers in?
Yes, we have a brand new street.
One?
One.
But we ordered 2, didn't we?
Yeah, we have 2. Yeah.
Now we have 2 that are working, not in the shop being
working conditions. Yes.
So what happened to the other ones? Are they not working, or the old ones?
The old ones, it is my understanding that it's not feasible to repair it. The third one that we have, but we have 2 working, 2 in working conditions.
Okay.
Any other questions? Those used vehicles, Mr. Guerra, do you recall did they give you any specifics on 23s, 22s, 20s?
To be honest, I don't recall the year of the vehicle, but according to Alfonso, we're a good options because we're with not too many miles, and also we're not too old, and we're locally available.
Mr. Bermudez, you had something?
We've been buying, Mayor. We've been buying very lightly used vehicles with very low mileage, 23s, 22s. We've been having some issues, a lot of issues actually, receiving these vehicles. There's still some vehicles that are still on order in the carry forward part of it. So that is a good option. So I'll get together with Mr. Guerra and go over these numbers and make sure that we make it work.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Guerra, any time frame on us knowing these applications on the grants?
No, I need to check with the sponsors and see what is the status of those grant applications. And I will inform Mr. Bermudez. And
have we turned in any projects to Siegel?
we only have the Patagonia Highway sidewalks improvements, and the one that will start next by the end of this month, on Front Reed. We have only those 2.
Through Siegel?
Through Siegel.
When will the Patagonia Highway start?
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Excuse me?
The Patagonia Highway.
The Patagonia Highway will be advertised in September this year. The project is 100% complete, the plans. And we already sent a check for the matching funds for construction. So the plan is to start in September and complete the project by December, more or less.
Is there any particular reason why we have to wait till September?
I really don't know, because the contractor, there is a process for the advertising. So the project is shovel ready, but needs to go through the advertising and then the selection of the contractor, and it takes a few months.
We're doing RFPs?
ADA is in charge of that.
ADA is doing RFPs right now?
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Next item, overweight.
Next is overweight. The revenues are on page 84 and your expenses start on page 86.
Gene, to this number 337, there's still 2 months open?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead. Mr. Padilla.
Could Mr. Bermudez or Mr. Kissinger, how many years are we on the hook for the half of our overweight fees with the state? Is it 10 years or that we have to give up? You remember?
I am not sure, unless John has the answer, but I am not sure how much more we have left.
Was it 10? Was it 5? I don't remember.
It all depends on the amount.
So whichever.
Comes first. Great.
I don't remember the numbers.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
What I would like to add for clarification purposes is to all these funds shown on page 88, most of them from 1 to 5 are for matching funds. So are not in reality street improvements coming next year. So maybe putting additional note saying it's matching funds or something like that.
When you're talking about all 938,143, they're all earmarked for matching funds?
Yeah, all of these are just the city of Nogales matching funds, which corresponds to 5.7%. So, in other words, if we receive the award of this project, in total for these 5 projects on the top, we'll receive over $10 million in federal funding. So far, we are just setting aside $754,000 for just matching funds, waiting for approval of the grant.
This one through that one, but not that one.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you for alluding to that. So these that you just noted, the overweight fees, these requests are matching?
Matching funds.
And so if you do get the funding, the matching funding, where does that money go to?
Normally, all of these projects are managed by ADA, and then they will advertise and hire the contractor first, and then the consultant first, and then the contractor, and then the city obligation is just to send them a check for the 5.7%. Similar to what we are doing with the sidewalks improvement on Paragonia and Front Ray Road. That's the way that it works.
Okay.
So if we are awarded, we have to present an IGA between ADA and the city of Nogales, so committing this amount of money.
Juan, so you said that we have the 754, 417 for the top 5 projects, right? So when it gets to multiple streets paving and resurfacing,
Yeah.
the 183, 726, that is actual viable projects, right? Those
That is
are
correct.
not for
We're
matching.
planning to do in-house.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may
Go ahead.
Mr. Guerra, when you said right now ADOT will pay for all the engineering and all this, we don't have to pay like we usually do, pay for the engineering or environmental studies first, and we'll just give the 5.7 and we're good to go.
Yes, and normally another clarification that I want to make is these are based on an engineering estimation cost. When we have, let's say, a consultant on board and they complete the project and is reviewed by ADOT and go through the process of adding or deleting items to the project, so we end up normally with a little bit higher construction estimation cost, and then by the time that we see this project, sometimes it takes few years. So it might be that in the future, they said, you know what, the money that you set aside on 2025, at this time it costs a little bit more, but at least we have to commit the money in order to apply for the submit the application. We don't know for sure how much it will cost in the future, but it's just
the way things are going right now. We're talking maybe what, a 20-30%, Mr. Guerra. The way inflation is moving rapid, and do like I'll use the WIFA example, how we try to do all these projects, and at the end of the day, we were only going to do a few of them, and that was partly due because of higher costs and material and stuff like that. So, I mean, so we are looking probably in the near future, even though we commit that money, if it's more, we still have to. All right, get more. All right.
Do you feel comfortable with what we have here, Mr. Guerra?
Yes, sir.
This coming year? 'Cause I think we want to do as much as we can.
Yeah.
You know,
I have one question.
go ahead,
Mr. Guerra,
Guerra.
I like to keep the residents informed of what's going on. And one time I asked you a little similar question to Saulo's question about having a plan that is, that is visible and people can look at what projects the city is working on or will work on in the future, right? Plan of action, if you will. And that's coming back to this point that he made, Saulo, is you gave us this information here. So this, with your permission, I'm sure you'll say yes, but I'm assuming this is a public document now to let the residents know these are the projects, keeping them informed. These are the projects that have been done and completed. These are the projects that are projected to be worked on and so forth. Is this
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Again, something to keep in mind is that, in my opinion, sometimes for some reason during these are proposed projects, but for some reason if we cannot make it, at least we had a plan to do it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And things change. It's sort of like a working document. The rain, the weather, things are unpredictable. But the fact is that the people will know that they're working on our street. Like that street that Saulo was referring to. My aunt lives on that street, as you know. And she's always asking, why did you leave our street out?
Yeah,
So,
good point.
yeah.
Going back to Ms. Councilman Monia's comment about concentrating our efforts on one neighborhood. The idea is to spread projects citywide and do a little by little in every neighborhood, like Meadow Hills and Monte Carlo. At least the last 5-10 years, we have been doing something in those neighborhoods. Like if we go back in time, Monte Carlo has been always seeing something. And then I just want to point out that.
Yeah. Well, also the last administration worked on Monte Carlo a lot. It's like ongoing projects, but and people see it because I was canvassing Monte Carlo, Saulo's Hood, and a lot of people, know that those streets have been worked on for years now. So it's nice to see that. Since you mentioned Meadow Hills, there are a lot of streets that are not looking good.
Yeah.
And so they're sometimes ignored, right? Because we think they can afford to go over the bumps and all that in their nice fancy cars, but actually it's not true. I mean, my street gets destroyed all the time, right? We get water leaks in Vista El Cielo all the time and so forth. But this approach to making sure the residents know that we're getting to your street, we're getting to your neighborhood, and there's a plan in place that is viable, that they can actually see that we're getting there. There's a long-term plan ahead. So I think there's some validity to that point. Thanks.
Thank you.
Johnny, you have something?
Is there 15 million? No, 15 years or 6 million is the cap. So we're going to be 6 million annually for 15 years, and I believe we passed this IJ with a dot in 2018. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you for the information. Go ahead, Mr. Gradius.
We have been making progress on the side streets, but I think we're neglecting some of our major thoroughfares, especially in the Middle Hills areas. The main streets are the ones that are impossible to traverse at sometimes, but all our cul-de-sacs are really nice. And yeah, they're smaller projects, take up less time and less money, but it defeats the purpose when you're having to run through a bad street. And the same thing in Monte Carlo, we did a lot of side streets, but the main thoroughfares that a lot of people use to cross from one end to the other, they're being neglected. With the comment that Saulo had a little earlier about the $1 million, I mean, it doesn't have to be put into this budget, but if you can develop a plan and come up with, maybe we got to contract a company, we can always take money from the contingency fund at any time that something's proposed to us and we decide to move forward on it. So it's just something that you and City Manager Bermudez need to get together on, and I'm sure we can make it work. So let's open up our minds and think of it that way. We got to work on our budget, but there's still other possibilities where we can fund some projects.
I agree. Thank you. Because again, we cannot do much the way that we have been doing it. I mean, just relying on HERFIN, we're not going too far.
Yeah, we're never going to get it.
Mr. Bernias?
Juan, Mayor Maldonado asked you right now if the $938,143 was enough. Wouldn't in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, but wouldn't it be nice to just round that off at 1 million and have a little bit of for a rainy day, Mr. Guerra? Because I know that there are issues that are going to come up that we don't foresee, Mr. Guerra, and that's I think Councilman Doyle pointed it out that we jokingly say it's a change order. But it would be nice, Mr. Guerra, just to have a little bit of breathing room, even though it's not much, but just to stay at 1 million, round it off, because I know for a fact that we're gonna run into some issues that we're not seeing right now on these projects. So it's a suggestion that there may not be any. We don't know, but I like to think a little bit ahead instead of always playing from behind. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Any additional funds is very welcome. I think if at least, I guess we concentrate the money to the in-house project. The other ones that are grant applications, we don't know for sure if we'll get it. So, and then if we are lucky, we might be receiving only 1 or 2, not all the 5. So again, is that money only sitting there? It doesn't make sense to put more money waiting there. So it's better to see it in the roads. Thank you.
Mayor, if you go up to, on page 87, 8020 contingency reserve, under streets, Mr. Guerra has a reserve of $244,077. So if anything goes unplanned or any unplanned improvements he needs to make, he can always grab from that contingency reserve of 244,000 there.
I agree. Mm-hmm. Now, and you know, and right now that it's being mentioned, I think, you know, the area, you know, because of the Meadow Hills Country Club being revamped, and I think, you know, we had the Boys and Girls Carne Asada last weekend, and we're working on the golf course and all that. I think, Mr. Guerra, please do me a favor and look at that area, because, you know, like we said with cars earlier, you know, the image of the streets going in there will be very, very important to, I think, to the whole community on making sure we got very good streets, good lighting and everything, all the way to the country club and the surroundings. So let's look into that.
Mr. Mayor, I'll give you a perfect example. Mayor and Council, I'll give you a perfect example of these two FTEs and how I plan on using them. Last week, the mayor had some concerned citizens call him about potholes on Stevens and Smith Drive. I took a ride up there, and it was bad. I mean, it was very bad. Streets the next day, they took care of all the potholes on Smith and Stevens. 100% better, not 100%, but 100% better, and I got some good feedback as far as to thank you for taking care of our streets so far, right? Obviously, they wish we could do them all, but I think that's going to mitigate and illustrate that we're doing something. We're just not doing anything, and their complaints or concerns are not falling on deaf ears.
Yes, and thank you for taking care of that, Mr. Guerra. Go ahead, Mr. Bonillas.
Mr. Bermudez, where are we at also, since we're talking Meadow Hill? And I know it's a lot of issues that we have with our streets, but where are we at with with Valle Verde? I mean, there's some streets that really require some love also in Valle Verde, and some of them have, what do you call it, John, a swell in the cement in the middle. There's one, I don't remember the name of the street, but there's one in particular that I think we would have a smoother ride on the moon than on that road. But it's one that has the swell in the middle. But that's you know, do you have anything planned for Valle Verde?
We have a plan to pave that road before June. So currently, our street department just completed Siqueiros Street. We'll be applying chip seal on Calle Dorada in Santa Maria in San Lorenzo on June 4th. And then we are scheduling the paving before the end of the fiscal year for Paseo Verde.
So, okay, and the Paseo Verde, that's paving, right? Mm-hmm. Not because that's beyond chip seal or...
Yeah.
All right.
So it's part of this fiscal year.
Thank you. And go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Juan, is that Valle Verde Drive that you're talking about? You know, where you drive into Villas Market and the
stop sign to the left.
To the left. You know, I know you live there, but
to the
left. Okay, yeah, that's where we were talking. Councilmember Bojorquez and I, that we were walking through there, and they were very upset about that street not being fixed. So it's going to be paved.
It will be paved.
Great.
And then,
that's great. Thank you.
As part of the paving, we also repair the concrete valley gutter that is damaged.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that before the end of June.
The end of June? Great. Well, thank you, Juan.
Well, what's going on with the sidewalks? How come they're eroding up? Is it trees, or is it what? You know, I've seen a lot of sidewalks, in Grand Avenue and that just are getting lifted.
Yeah. It depends. If there is a tree next to the sidewalk, could be the tree, the roots of the trees. But also, when we have expansive soils, it creates that kind of situation. When water enters under the sidewalk, it moves the concrete. So, but we have different situations for that kind of.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Guerra, going back to Valle Verde, on that, if you pave that street, are you going to replace the swale, the one in between the street?
Yeah, the intent is to replace the concrete swell first, not the entire swell, because most of the swells is in good condition, but only sections are broken. So we'll replace sections of the concrete and then paving.
Yeah, because I noticed a lot of drivers use the swale instead of the street because the streets are bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Just a sidebar comment here, Juan. I really appreciate the fact that, hello, Judge. I really appreciate the fact that you're very, you're very approachable when it comes to, sometimes we call, sometimes we ask someone that's not an expert in these areas, but we get residents calling about Valle Verde Drive, for example. And since, we see the people out there, we talk to them. And I like the fact that you have a very approachable kind of kind way of dealing with. And I want to say thank you because we hardly, I don't see you much, but I want to say thank you because I really appreciate your quick response to things and just you make it, nice to work with. Thank you, Juan.
Very much. And again, as before, you are very welcome, each of you, to ask me any questions at any time. And then I have exhibits like this available, or I can prepare something for if you want to share with the community as well.
You always do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Anything else? Jean, we go to Stuart.
Revenues are on page 89. Sorry. And then our expenses start on page 90. The main sewer expenses start on page 92.
Jean, what do we have 400,000 increase in the IBWC quarterly?
So there's still 2 quarters that have not been paid for, and we're guesstimating based on the prior 2 as to what the next 2 are going to be. So that is the only reason that is increased. It may turn out to be less, which we're hoping for, but we're just trying to cover our grounds.
So that cover the next 2 months?
It should cover the final 2 quarters of the 24 fiscal year that we've not received invoices for. And then it'll be what we would consider to be quarter 3 and 4. So the second half of 24, which will be in the 25 budget, would be in part of this 1.2 million. But we try to base it off of the invoices we've received in the past for the following year.
Would this quarterly change after our agreement?
Mr. Mayor, these payments are based on flows, how much we put into the plant, and they do the calculation, how much they spent, and then they allocate the cost based on the gallons that we put in there. So that's why it varies every quarter.
Okay. Just to keep everybody in the loop, I've been talking to IBWC and we're trying to work with Mexico on the excess of water that comes after the treatment. if we can finalize and get that, Freeport is willing to purchase the rights, which is a paper of that water. And obviously the city has a percentage in that water, because part of the things that goes into the treatment plant is the cities. And if we can succeed doing that, that's going to be anywhere from $800 to $1 million a year profit for the city for the water that comes out after the treatment. So hopefully Mexico will step in and we could finalize that. Yes, sir.
Will that money go into the enterprise funds of the water department, Mayor?
It's going to go parks.
Put it into your $1 million.
Yeah.
Fund.
Well, I mean, we couldn't. I mean, I'm asking because we don't know what.
Let's get it done
How we're
first,
gonna
and
use
then
it. But
think
we're
about how.
not trying to get ahead of
Let's
it,
not spend our dollars before we get it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, Marilena and myself have been talking to Sila and the governor and everybody in Mexico, which is IBWC, Mexican parties, to get that deal done. But it's going to be a very nice profit for the city if we manage to do that. And then we'll find out what we could do with those funds. Yes, sir, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So our contingency reserve is going up, let me see. It's going up by 840,158 on the sewer. So.
Okay. How was that calculated, Jean?
For the reserve.
Yes.
So when we figure out the reserve, Mike wasn't on. When we figure out the reserve, that's where we take the total of the expenditures that are being asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Minus, we take that from our, the available revenues, which is our carry forward. So remember, we figure out our revenues first, and then you plug in your expenditures. And if your revenues are more than your expenditures, that's where your reserve comes in.
Okay.
So that's the budgeted amount that would be left over if we got every penny of our revenue that we're predicting to come in, minus every penny that he would spend as an expenditure. That's what would be left. I like that ringtone.
Okay. Any other questions? Right? Okay. No questions? Good. Alejandro, algo que quieras mencionar? Something you want?
Not, it's just the pickup truck that we're requesting for the sewer. We're trying to get it with budget this year. We had that, it's a carry forward, but we cannot get it. We need to have that for the following year.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Gene, what was the, back in 2022 and 23, what was the depreciation on the sewer? What cost of depreciation? That's 7520.
So that is based off of the capital. So it's figured out every year at the end of the year. So depending on vehicles, whatever our capital is that we have within that department, that's where your depreciation, so every year you'll see it change based on what amounts of capital we have.
We didn't have any for 23, 24, and
It hasn't been, the year's not done, so it hasn't been calculated yet.
okay. Thank you.
But that will not affect the total numbers, will it?
It just kind of affects the reserve. It's not like it's money that he has available to spend. It's like when your own vehicle depreciates. So it's just a depreciation number.
It's going to cost less.
Okay.
Right after sewer, we have pre-treatment.
I have a question on the employees. Why does it vary from one year to another? And how do you figure that?
So currently in this, for pre-treatment, that is a open position. It's a vacant position after the person we had in that department for so long left. So that's why for 23, 24, it is quite low compared to the 2 years prior, because we are currently not paying the person out of this one. So we have a current employee who's in another department, which is sewer, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but then it went up again in 23, 24 to 48,725, and then down, you're proposing 43,102 for this year.
So because he left, that's where we take the salary down to the budgeted amount. So if somebody from within the city would want to move in a position, we would start with the 43, but then add years of experience that they would have.
All right, thank you.
On 68, 43, that general insurance to cover materials, or is it for employees?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
6843. Is that to cover materials?
The general insurance.
General insurance,
Overall insurance for the city, their portion.
that's their portion of the overall insurance that we have available.
Yeah, but we've been, since 21, we've been above 9,000 and we got it down to 4,000.
So remember, this is the first year that we took the only general insurance and split it into vehicle, building, and general based on the percentages we were able to get from the insurance company. So every department that has had just general insurance, we've now split it into where it should be for the three. So that's why the one number dropped, but there's the three numbers that would be about the same.
Okay, I see it. Any other comments, questions?
What is the insurance? Why does the insurance costs vary? I know some people, employees cover families and others don't, but why does it sometimes vary so much?
So if it's the health insurance?
Yeah.
So health insurance depends on, of course, family or individual, but also your age. It also depends on where you fit salary-wise. There's
The var-
different tiers,
Yeah.
and it all depends on that.
The
So every year it
the
changes.
variables, okay. I just.
Yes,
Same thing with the council, right?
yes.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice.
Mr. Barcenas, since we're no longer going to be responsible for the IOI, is that why we didn't allocate any funding for other capital expense?
Well, really, the IOI was not really a big item in our budget before because it was minimum the maintenance that we did. We only responded to emergencies in the IOI. And the difference now that whatever allocation we had for that is going to be dedicated to the rest of the system. The several, I think we have 70 miles of sewer lines that we need to maintain. Yep. But you're talking about the IOI, that the money that we...
The capital, about the capital expense line items, 9199, we didn't allocate any money for that line item this year.
For pretreatment?
So you're okay with that?
Last year, it was the 42,000 that is in there was a vehicle that was purchased for pretreatment. So this year, there's not a vehicle being purchased.
Yeah, we're not asking for any capital this year.
Oh, it's a car.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No more questions? We go to water?
Water starts on page 99 with the revenues, and then it goes into 100 for our expenses.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So again, here on this item, you're waiting for the next 2 months to accumulate? Because I know, you're forecasting 5,409,178, but we're 2 months behind, right?
Yes. So these numbers are all based off of, with 2 months left of the year.
Budget.
Okay,
So all of our revenues are based off of 10 months right now.
yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Bonillas, go ahead.
Mr. Barcenas, have you completed all the information that the company that's doing our water rate study, have you completed that information? Have you been able to,
Yes.
to do your projections?
Yes, I presented that to Mr. Bermudez, and I put in my information that I submitted that it's not 100% all the needs that are in the city. I just saw the more pressing needs, and that was about $24 million worth of projects that are needed. And the criteria that you used to select the projects was based on the staff that we have in the water. Say, where are you having the biggest problems with the water system, where you're constantly there fixing leaks and we don't have enough pressure, things like that. That's how we come up with that. So still there are many streets that they need to be, many lines that needs to be replaced because there are not enough capacity in those lines. We have, for instance, Meadow Hills has many water lines that are 4-inch lines, and they don't have the fire flow that we require. So, but that, because we haven't had any breaks in those areas, I didn't put that as a priority. We need to have that in the next round of projects to be submitted, but it's quite a bit of work that needs to be done in the city. We still have in this set of projects, this list of projects that I submitted to Mr. Bermudez, there's a lot of guessing because I did that based on the general information that I have. All this information is going to have to be updated when we do the design for these water lines. And again, like we did on WEFA, we had to start doing the design, and then the engineers could give me a better estimation of the cost depending on when we're going to construct that. Because if we construct that in the next year, it's going to be different if we construct that in the next 5 years. So, because the costs are constantly going up and up. And we have seen that in an operation right now, that every time that we buy materials, they're higher and higher.
Mr. Barcenas, you said last year, and you said it just over the top, and a lot of us didn't quite pick it up, but you did say last year that based on inflation and our current rate that we're charging our customers for the water, you said that eventually we would not be able to budget.
Balance the budget.
Okay, so with that said, Mr. Barcenas, how are we doing with that? I mean, because I've seen it personally, all these water breaks. And I know that back in 2015, there was a study rate, and from what my memory serves me, it was voted on the dais. None of us were here. But in 2016, it was voted to activate the hike. I don't remember what percentage they agreed to increase the rate, but then it was voted down, and then there was no rate done, a rate increase in 2016, 17, 18, and I think 19 we had one, but it's been 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So based on these stats that we have, on not raising, which I know it's a very unpopular subject, but we need to find a way, Mr. Barcenas, to get that water rate correct. We're already lagging almost 10 years on what we should have gently or slowly raised the rate, because I know for a fact that we are going to have to raise eventually the water rate.
Yes, you're right. When I mentioned last year, that was really hard to balance the budget, and that's what we did here. We had the goal to have a balanced budget. We cannot budget something that we know that we don't have the money for. So here you're seeing our efforts to balance the budget. That doesn't mean that we're covering all the needs that we have. It's just to be able to have a balanced budget, we had to cut a lot of the needs that we had. But I cannot project in the budget that we're going to spend $1 million more than what we have revenues for. So it's kind of hard to see in the budget that we had to have a balanced budget. We can only put whatever we can afford to. So that's why it is the way that is presented here.
And Mr. Barcenas or Mr. Bermudez, you can correct me. If just in case in the near future that we decide to get another WIFA loan or whatever, we need to have all these issues resolved. Am I correct, Mr. Bermudez?
Correct.
Yes, no, there are plenty of grants and loans and everything, but I've been talking with a lot of people, and they say, well, you need to have at least 20 or 30% match for these projects. But it has to be based on the revenue that you're collecting. And right now we're maxed out with the loans that we have with WIFA.
Would you not agree, Mr. Barcenas? Had we been charging the correct rate to our customers, we would not have the issue of using ARPA funds to finish off the paving for the WIFA projects.
Well, I don't know. There's a study that's being done right now to see where we're sitting with the rates that we have. I cannot tell you if we're so many years behind or how we're in the numbers, but once the study's done, we're gonna know, you're gonna know, and you can make the decisions.
Because what was curious is that when we started the WIFA projects, first I asked you from the dais, Mr. Barcelos, and I asked Mr. Guerra, and I asked Mr. Guerra, do we have the funds to finish paving off the roads? And I remember you said yes. And then months later, you came back and said, we don't have the money. And so that's what I'm trying to avoid. And I know that you can't make any decisions right now because we don't have that study back just right now. But my concern is I don't want this to go over. I mean, because we're budgeting right now for the water department. But I don't. Obviously, it's good. We're going to approve it. But at what point, Mr. Barcenas? I remember I wanted to make a proclamation last month for the water mainline breakage proclamation. There were so many pipes that were burst in the past month. And so eventually that's going to take a toll.
Yes, it is. And let me tell you about the projections. When we do the projections, we base on what we know at this moment. And try to figure, okay, WIFA was approved, I believe it was in 2018. And at that time, the economics were such that the projects that we have in the list of WIFA was enough to do that. Once we start bidding that out, we saw, and then we had the pandemic and everything went crazy. And now we have done projects that as much as the money is available. And regarding the paving is included in the design of the projects for water. It's not the paving of the streets. The repairs for the damage of the installation of the water is included in the projections. When we decide to change the repairs to be the whole street, is when we had to come to you and say, we only have this much money on the WIFA project. You want to do the whole street? It's additional money. And also, like Western Avenue, for instance, that's under construction right now. We did a calculation for paving the whole street, and two different engineers told me it's going to be more expensive to do the paving than do the water project. And WIFA could not pay for that. WIFA is for water and sewer lines.
WIFA pays 12 feet per side of the street. Am I correct, Mr.?
Yes, and in that project, we're paving only 5 feet wide because it was a waste of money because the street was in good shape. So we didn't need to cut 12 feet when we just needed to repair a 3-foot trench. So we went with the standards, 5 feet. And I don't know if you have seen the sections that have already been paved are really good shape. They don't look good because they look the patch, but the riding surface is okay. When we did a calculation to do the whole street, was, I don't remember the number, but was a lot more than just a water project.
Thank you.
Councilman Bonilla, if you look at page 102, under 8020, your rates compared to services put out, we were only over by a reserve of 70,369. So we kind of, you could say we squeaked by, got it done. Yes.
Thank you. So we move off to sanitation. Well,
Sanitation revenue starts on 105. And the expenses start on 106.
Any questions? What is, you have two places where you have administrative allocations, 79, 10, and 11. One had a zero before it, and the other now 265, 017.
So the one where you see the zeros for the last few years, that is the administrative allocation that goes into the general fund. And the sanitation department has not been, I don't want to use the word healthy, but I'm going to use the word healthy. Since like, I think it was based on the paperwork that we had, since about 2018, that allocation has been waived because it has not been a healthier account. Looking over the numbers this year, we feel that sanitation can hold their own and include that allocation. So we have included that allocation back so that they're paying their portion of the salaries for the general fund.
And the increase on operating transfer fleet, it's gone 192 above.
The three. So that one is the sewer, the water, and the sanitation all have that operating transfer that goes into fleet, 468,000. Oh, so that's just all of them?
Fleet and warehouse allocation.
So fleet and warehouse, which do not have revenues to sustain their budgets, this is the sanitation's portion of all of the different budgets put in so that fleet can have a balanced budget like everybody else has a balanced budget.
So that includes who and who? What other department does it? Because water has it.
Sanitation, water.
Okay, so it's all of them. It's general fund, then there's HERF, sewer, water, sanitation, and housing. I can't do that far away. So they're all put into a spreadsheet and it's figured out as to which department pays the portion.
Everyone can send us the use, like maintenance, vehicle, everything like that.
So like,
Alfonso does, correct? So monthly, Alfonso sends us the usage, like let's say they've spent 18 hours working on a fire truck, then we know that that part goes towards fire, or 22 hours working on housing vehicles. So monthly, that gets sent to us and then it's transferred over to balance their budget.
okay. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Barcenas, are we replacing a side loader or is this just an extra side refuge loader?
We're, the two side loaders that we have that were about 9 years, almost 10 years, they are having a lot of downtime because they had to go and do repairs in the shop. We need to have an extra one because every time that one of the side loaders is in the shop, we have to double the crews or have a late pickup. and or have to postpone the pickup for an extra day. And that's why we need an extra side loader, because we are constantly, it's a kind of spare to have ready so we can be providing the service normally to everybody.
Okay. And my other question is, on the waste containers, what do we do with them when they're not useful anymore? Do we throw them away? Do we dispose of them? Do we sell them?
have tried to find somebody to recycle those. What we have been able to do is the company that sells us the containers, they pick up those and they recycle, and they gave us credit for the transportation of the new ones. That's the only thing that we have been able to get out of those. We talked to Waste Management before, to Tucson Recycling, and they say we don't need them. We don't use them. So we try to find a way to not just put it in the trash and get rid of them. So and the dumpsters, the large dumpsters, we have a bunch that are in the back of the yard. We fix them as much as possible. Most of them are damaged in the bottom. We replace that plate with new plates and reuse them to the point that we can. If not, we're trying to figure a way with Waste Management that they can take those for recycling. They would take those.
And the reason I asked about the waste containers, because at least for a couple of times, I have seen private trucks, with Mexican license plates, and they got the containers in the back of the truck, and you can see the city seal on the containers. So I don't know if they steal them from the property, or where they get them from.
We have a lot of those things. What we have been doing is we request the whomever's in charge of that container to make a police report and say somebody took my trash can, and make a police report, because we have gone to Chula Vista, Rio Rico, and even Tucson, and they have found containers that are sitting in Nogales. So we have recovered some of those, because the guys in the sewer, the supervisor say, well, I saw a couple of those in Chula Vista, and I say, go and pick them up. And they tell you that you're sitting in Nogales. What are you talking about? Some of them, they say, well, my dad had that in the house, and I brought it here to do something. But most of the time, is somebody took the...
Yeah, because they're not hiding them, they're right there. You can see them right on their trucks with a big seal on it.
Yeah.
And whenever a resident moves from that home, does the city recover that container, or they just leave it there?
It's supposed to leave the container there. When they come to close the account here, they check with us if the container is there or not. If it's not, they make arrangements for the deposit that they have here. Many times they don't even come for the deposit that they have, because so that's where we lose some of it.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
So
Fleet?
next we have fleet. You'll see where the expenses start on page 110 and into 111.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The fuel station storage tank, is that the one at Public Works?
Yes.
When was the last time we replaced that?
I don't know. I have been here for 12 years, and that has been there. The problem with that station is the system, the way it's constructed. Nobody wants to touch it. The companies that they do maintenance, because they're the electrical portions and things like that, they need to get operated. We tried, I don't know if you know, but I think in the last month, we had 2 or 3 days that we had to shut down the pumps because they broke down. And they say, well, every time that they have to come, the company, we had to pay $3,000 or $4,000 for somebody to come. And I say, why don't we replace the pump? Say, you cannot do just that. You have to replace the whole thing because they don't want to mess with a portion of that. So we had the design ready, and we had done a cost estimation recently, and we had $620,000 in the previous budget that we're carrying over for this, but we need additional monies to be able to construct that. As soon as we get this, if we get approval for this money, we can bid it out and get that under construction and probably in the first 3 months of the next fiscal year.
Does this include the removal and?
Yes, the whole thing.
And replacing it with a new one?
Yes. And we're gonna try to salvage the tank. We'll put it for auction somewhere. Somebody else could use it, and that money could come back to the city. But we don't know until we put it out for auction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You had something, Mr. Bonilla?
No.
So out of the 722, we have 600,000, or is it the 522?
Budget last year's
522, 666?
522, so we need $200,000 more.
Yeah, 200. Okay. And a brand new car. Go ahead, Ms. Montero.
Mr. Barcenas, here on the pay scale, I see some people, some salaries decreasing. I don't know who should I address that to. So do you know about that?
I think when you see decrease, it's because a new employee came in at the bottom of the range.
Okay.
And
Same
the previous
rationale?
one was higher
Okay.
in the range. That's why the decrease is there.
So the amount that you're seeing, Ms. Montiel, on the left side is the amount that's budgeted for. So that employee, like Alejandro says, probably left.
Yeah.
And somebody else came in at step 1. So that's the reason
Okay.
for that drop.
Just wanted to make sure that's what I was thinking, because it's common sense, I mean, 45,000 and someone used that at 40. So it's because they're coming in. Okay. So, and then the increase on the 31,599 fleet mechanic, and it's going to 40. That's almost like a 9,229. Is that because he's has special certification or what?
That mechanic, if I'm correct, Alejandro, in fleet, is the one that was promoted to senior mechanic?
Yes, he was underfilled, and when he got all the credentials that he needed to get, he got moved to the full position.
Okay, so he got his credentials or whatever is necessary to justify the jump? Okay, thank you.
So if you see on the left side, it's what's budgeted. So there's a couple of them that you're going to see a huge jump. However, they're because of promotions.
Any other questions? Jean, go public utilities management?
Next is the inventory warehouse on 114.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's a small one,
Yep.
small but mighty.
You just had a replacement on this one, did you? You just had a new employee?
We had two new employees there. The previous ones, they left, they moved on. One came to the courthouse, I believe, here, and another one went to a better job, I guess. So we have two new employees.
Are there any other questions with inventory?
Any other questions? How's the new employees working out, Mr. Barcenas? How are the new employees working out?
Well, they're learning really quick. The new system that's in place for POs and all those things, they came brand new with the new system, so they're learning something, and so far they're doing good.
I got nothing else. Public utility management?
Public utility starts on 116 and 117 into 118.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
is there a total, do you have about a total of 60 employees? Is that the 60? Is that what the 60 is there for, Jean, there? I was just wondering, how many employees do you have under?
This one, I believe we have
Public
5.
Works?
Yeah, we have 5,
Okay,
including me.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Can you explain to me the reimbursement other, Ms. Jean?
So that is where, I'm gonna come over here since he went away. I wanna make sure I get it right.
Reimbursement is about $1 million.
118.
$48.30.
So that one's for housing. That's housing. It has a flipped page. That's what I'm like, it's in the wrong spot. I'm like, no, that's a housing number. It's a housing number. The page is in the wrong spot. So I'm like, he doesn't get $1 million.
Yeah.
Unless Mr. Bonilla wants to give him $1 million.
Okay, so, sorry about that.
We found his money.
Found your $1 million, Bonilla. Okay.
We will fix that.
Okay, okay.
That's how it is. Are there any other questions under the,
Fleet or utility management? Nope.
okay.
Now we go housing.
Final one is housing.
So where would this page fall?
So this page is our revenues. Yes. And then if you look at 120, that's where the expenses start. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
on the housing, Mayor and Council has already approved the budget previously. So I think those are the same numbers that we approved. But there might be some changes with the employee salary schedules, but other than that, everything's the same as a.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That one's the easy budget.
Okay, so we're done with all these departments. My question is, the judge is available if you guys want to go through his department right now or tomorrow. Up to you.
Comment?
The court's budget.
Oh, okay.
You want to do it today or you want to do it tomorrow? He's available. He'll just walk up. Okay.
And so that budget is on page 40.
Con eso cerramos, ¿no?
Yeah. And then we'll pick up tomorrow. The rest, so. Tomorrow, it's
Que bajó para abajo.
in his office. John is texting.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, I would like to give Gene some homework, and maybe you too. But based on what we're looking at as far as 5% increase, I know there's some people are getting 1,700, 1,500. Can you provide me how much it would need to get anybody under 2 up to 2,000? After everybody's got the 5%, but also bringing up the ones that fall under $2,000 to bring them up to at least a $2,000 increase. See how much that would cost. Thank you.
Now that we're at it, well, the judge is on the way. If you could also do the numbers on if you could do the numbers, see, I did the numbers, but let's see if it jives with yours. If you could do the numbers for a across the board increase of 3,000 to all employees, 4,000 and 5,000 to all employees, regardless if they drive trucks, they pick up the trash, they clean the streets, regardless, it's 3,000. You could do 4,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. See what that is. Okay, thank you. And then your request is the 5 and
5% plus bring anybody that falls under 2 up to 2,000. So the minimum would be 2,000.
okay.
Because some at 5% they only get 1,500.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so in addition to the 5%, you're asking anyone that falls under
To bring them to 2. At least,
to okay, 2,000.
just to affect those.
Okay,
Yes,
that would
several
be-
options that we can look at.
yeah.
Damn, Judge, you're even changing stuff, huh?
It's better to show up at a meeting as soon as possible, and then when they don't need you right away, then it's best to show up
Mañana.
a little bit better the next time.
You missed the email about the meeting today, Judge?
So I got an email that had the information about both days, but I thought that I'd receive another email that said which day I was going to be coming, and apparently that wasn't forthcoming, and I should have followed up to find out
Page 40.
that you wanted his here for both. And then sorry about the wait. I was on a call. Somebody
Nope,
got
no
arrested
problem.
this morning and needed an initial appearance.
Nobody gets, there's no discrepancy.
So the court's budget starts on page 40 and goes into 41 and 42. And I know you guys had some questions for the judge this morning.
Councilman Gradias.
You submitted this budget, but yet at the meeting last month, you had brought up some concerns. Did you include any of your concerns in reclassifying any of your employees in this budget, or?
So I've been informed, and correct me if it's wrong, that all of the salaries are not in my authority. And so I haven't touched anything with that because I thought that was something that the board did or that HR does, but that I'm not really, I can't move money around from one category into employee salaries, for example. So that's not reflected in this budget.
Yeah, that's correct. But as far as your budgeting, I mean, we're budgeting other departments with extra employees. If you needed a reclassification, I'm sure you could have included it in your proposed budget, unless you wanted to take that off the table. But I think that's something that right now would be the time to make a case for it before we bless the contingency or the
Thank you, Councilman.
tentative budget.
I had talked with both HR and I had talked with, it was a while back that I had talked with Mr. Bermudez, the city manager, about salaries. And again, I felt that was not something that I could be like, oh, well, let's include that into our budget this year. I think that's perfect. Let's put that in here. My request isn't going to include that. One of the issues that I had with reclassifying is that without knowing what the city is doing across the board for its employees, I'm at a lesser place to know where it's appropriate to reclassify those positions to. All that I know is that they need to be above the entry-level positions. I have several numbers from across the state. Even this week, I've received information from the courts about positions that are open for clerks, for example, and a senior clerk that are being paid more than what our clerks are. And they're from small jurisdictions as well, but I've also been informed that it's complicated. It's not just like, well, the city of Page, for example, is what I had gotten my numbers from before, in my proposals before. But apparently, even though they've got fewer residents, I think there are about 8,000 residents. There's something about the geography of it that doesn't quite match up with Nogales. That's something that's beyond what I understand. And so I don't know what to do with that. And I don't know how to ask for the appropriate amount, because if I were to say this is the range they should be in, and then the city also does a significant cost of living adjustment across the board, then all of a sudden my people are actually more than what, not that would be a bad thing for them, but I want to make sure that what we do is right. So without having that information, how do I say this is where they need to be?
Councilman Gradias, I think that is a very important concept of the comp study.
And just to get back at you, Ed, our budget is based on our revenues, and other municipalities might have greater revenues because other municipalities also have property tax shared revenue, which we don't. So that puts a constraint on what we can do. We are contemplating maybe a 5% across the board, plus we're also exploring a couple of avenues. But if you needed one or two of your employees that needed to be changed for a classification purpose, you would have brought that up to the city manager, and you guys can work on that and put it into our budget.
Right. And I was under the understanding that had to be approved by the board. The board is what, from when I was at the county, with the city council, that if we were going to reclassify somebody, it would need to come before you, and then the reclassification get done. The reclassification would need to happen for my 3 clerks because they're all clerks, and right now they're all in entry-level pay according to the city. They're making the minimum wage range that the city has to offer. If we change those 3, then my next 2, which are the senior clerk and the my judicial assistant, they're at the next level up. And if we move those ones up, those ones have got to move, and so does the other one. The only one that I wouldn't see a necessary change in the range is for our security officer. And again, that's because that came in last year, and we haven't had the same fallback as we have with the other positions.
I just wanted to make sure I give you a venue so that you can express your concerns. We are looking at different options, And maybe if we don't look at reclassification, or that could come further down the road when we do get a new comp study, or you guys do talk about it. But I want you to share with your staff that we are working on something. It's not like they're not going to get anything. We're looking at the minimum 5%, hopefully more. But it's something that we're working on, and you weren't here for the majority of the meeting. So I just wanted to make sure you had a venue to speak your mind and then find out what we have been discussing and where we're going with this.
Okay.
So the classification, Judge, is something if they're doing something other than what is in their job description, and then we reclassify them because then we would have them working out of class. However, we cannot reclassify in order to give them an increase in pay. Because if that was the case, like I explained to you, we would reclassify the entire.
But at the same time, this council did do that for all of the workers that were working and making under $15 an hour without any change to their. I mean, that's where we're at. We've come in and compressed salaries and haven't uncompressed them. And that's a problem, and that should be addressed at some point.
It should be, and it would be addressed with a comp study. And you just said it right now. If you give 2, if you reclassify 2, then you have to reclassify 4, and then you reclassify. And it's a snowball effect.
Absolutely.
Right. So we're trying to make sure that we mitigate the entire 318 employees and not just one department.
Right. But if it isn't happen, and it needs to happen on an ongoing basis, and the comp study may do some of that, right? And I think that we had that approved in this last budget cycle for the comp study to be redone. I don't know, because I missed earlier today, whether that's scheduled or whether that's going to happen in this budget year, if that's being scheduled for the next year.
I'm hoping that it happens in this budget year. And that's one of the things that we do need to, in order to get a clear picture of everybody's market value out there.
Because it may then do the uncompression that I'm most concerned with in that my employees that do work that is not entry level and that they're expected to do things that other city employees aren't expected to do, to live by the judicial code that it does impinge on some of their liberties about some of the things that they can be involved in and some of the things that they can say.
Sure, just like law enforcement.
Right.
Exactly.
And law enforcement's also not an entry-level position. So those are some of the things, the concerns that I really want to make sure that we're out there talking about is that right now you have my employees, 3 of my employees, it's half of my staff almost, that is being paid in our very lowest classification. They're entry level. They may as well go work at McDonald's and they'd have more liberties.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Hi, Judge.
Hi.
From the last time that you went up and spoke, you left me with a lot of time to think about. The court downstairs, as you sometimes see me taking stuff to my husband and stuff like that, I learned a little bit about how it works. You have a big responsibility there, and so does your staff. And it's not to take away from other employees' responsibilities. But have you read? I'm sure you have. You're super well read. When you mention right now judicial codes, which is, we as a city have a responsibility. I know we control the salaries and so forth, but on the other side of the judicial aspect part of it is we as a city have to make sure that that is being run and following all the judicial codes and all of that. So I kind of looked into that a little bit. I don't know if you talked to Judge Fink about it, because I know he oversees all the courts. And so for me as a city council member, I worry a little bit about that you don't have, like Davo says, adequate staffing, that you have all that in place. And I want to make sure that your needs are met, because it's kind of like an interesting animal there. It really is. And so you also mentioned some of them have their degrees, since, that's apart from the fact that, there's the judicial part of it and then the salaries that the city controls. Have you done that? Have you kind of done some research about the responsibility a city has to make sure that that's run efficiently and you're adequately, have the staff to run it?
Yes, if we, so I talked with my staff as well about it. They come in and they're working. They have their breaks. They need to have breaks in order to be productive. But they're working from the time that they get here until the time that they leave. I talked to them about the possibility of requesting additional staff because even now, in order to keep us afloat, I'm filing
motions
and orders.
continue, yeah.
I'm doing some of the data entry and the computer work that needs to get done because I'm the one with some flexibility, right? I'm allowed to work late. I'm allowed to work early.
Sure.
Without any penalties or whatever. And so we're doing it. And I talked to my staff about the possibility of requesting additional staff to take over the spot. And they're like, we think that we can handle this, but we would rather the money go to increasing our salaries than to have another person added to our ranks. We don't have a place for the other person right now. In the future, our goal is to downsize our filing space by doing all of that digitally. That's not probably happening this year, but probably in the next, where we're going to need a lot of work to digitize all of the current physical files. That's the extra space that we would have now to work into or to grow into. It's right now full with files. So
yeah. So if you could just ask for anything, what you're, aside from reclassifying some of your employees, what do you need? What else do you need that wasn't part of your budget here?
That's the only thing that's not part of my budget. We've planned for things to run smoothly, for it to run efficiently. We don't make a whole lot of extra expenses. You'll see that our contracting services is going up. Our translators have already been bothering us because of what was going on in Tucson. Santa Cruz County has increased the amount that they're now paying their interpreters. Interpretation is a required part of our hearings. All of our employees, of course, speak Spanish, and so the office side of things works fine.
But interpreter needs special.
But the interpreter is a separate thing, and it needs to have it's got to be done
certified,
right.
Yeah.
And so. They've asked for us to follow what Santa Cruz County is doing in beginning January of this year. And I said, we're still in the middle of our budget year. We'll see what we can do at the next budget cycle. And so that's why there's an increase in there, a significant increase. Tucson has gone even further. I think that Santa Cruz County might be looking at bumping up, but we're going to get to where Santa Cruz County is right now, and that's what those numbers reflect.
Yeah. So the last question is, are you going to modify this, change this a little bit? Are you going to include some more employees? Or are you going to leave it as is and just kind of go with what we decide to do with the salaries, if we're going to, whatever we decide to do ultimately?
With an idea that there is a possibility of a 5% increase across the board, that gives me enough information that I could then propose additional budget for reclassification. If I'm allowed to do that, again, I didn't think that I was allowed to do that. I think that I was informed you don't really touch that. That's the city's going to decide that. But if I can do a reclassification based on that, then that's what I'll be asking for.
Yeah, but you run the court. You run that courtroom down there.
I know, and I can run it, and that's, you make a valid point, right? The city, if they're going to have a court, they have to pay what it costs to run it. This last year, we lost our court administrator due to a salary issue. And again, I know that you're working the salary issues, but that's something that is important to the court. We have a talented group, an effective group. We all work together. We're a team, and I don't want to see that lost. And I think that we can hold on to that if we get them classified right.
Yeah. Well, since you're new here, what I found here in the city is that you have to kind of fight for your own, fight for your own people in your department. You have to advocate for them, and that's okay. That's what we're here for. I'm glad you're here. I didn't want to miss listening to you because it's really important that courtroom runs effectively and efficiently, and that we meet the needs of the people that walk in there, because it's not fun to walk in there.
No,
I mean,
and we try to make it as pleasant an
they're very
experience for people
pleasant.
that don't want to be here.
Yeah, all your staff is very pleasant. The return calls and all of that. So I commend you with that. That starts with your leadership capacity. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Bonilla?
I just like to clarify something on a comment Judge made right now, that on these employees that are getting paid the minimum at $15, and you said that they might as well go work at McDonald's. Well, I'm pushing back a little bit. I am for employees getting paid more every year, but this is the way I look at things. Those same, if you take the $15 from McDonald's and you take the City of Nogales $15, City of Nogales, they get paid sick leave, they get paid vacation, pension, paid holidays. And if you take the time, if you take the whole year that you have to put in at McDonald's, they would have worked a lot more than what our city employees would have to work. So it is not the same, or it is unfair to come back and say, might as well go work at a McDonald's, because our $15 have a bigger value and there's nothing wrong working at McDonald's. I come from the hospitality business, but I can tell you, Judge, that working at an insane place like McDonald's, it is a very different, and again, those $15 are, I would say, are a better value for the city, and I know they're low. And we're working, as Councilman Gradillas and Councilwoman Montiel says, what can we do? But this is the moment, Judge, that you have to advocate for your department. We can't, as mayor and council, we can't just decide, well, I think the legal department or the court or whatever department, we should reclassify them. We can't take it into consideration if you don't tell us. And this is the moment, Judge, for you to advocate for your department. And again, I am in agreement that some of your staff, or even all your staff, should be paid more. Absolutely, and we're working on it. You weren't here earlier for the meeting where Councilman Gradillas and Councilwoman Montiel had some very good suggestions. Now, is it a 100% fix? No, but it is a fix, a temporary one, until we get more revenues and stuff like that. But I just have a little pushback on that $15 comparison. All right, Judge?
Thank you. And I understand that as well. You're absolutely right. $15 an hour at the city is different than $15 an hour in other places. It's really tough for employees to see that difference. And when they see what they're getting paid, when they talk about, if somebody asks them how much they make, like that's what they're feeling. So I get it. You're right. There are reasons maybe that they're not working at McDonald's and they're working here instead. Most of my employees want to be able to help in the city, and so that's what they find that. But I appreciate your comments on that, and thank you.
Mr. Gradillas?
For you, Judge, it's all within the legal system. A legal secretary is making a lot more than a court clerk. I just want to know what the different responsibilities are, or how can we determine one from the other, and why is one making this much and one's making another? Because I think legal secretary and court officer are probably in the same realm, but was this created, is this an HR question? Is this something you can offer a response to?
It's possible that it was a matter of advocacy on the part of the legal department to get that, because I think that you're absolutely right. I've had legal secretaries before, and they do the work of my clerks. That's the same type of work they do. They're filing, they're dealing with the public. That's a fair comparison. But I don't know the history of how
Well,
we
that's
got.
some ammunition that you can use for your arguments in the future.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
So that's what Dabo was talking, we were talking earlier about. So it behooves you, you know, you want to give advice to an attorney, but.
You're welcome to, and I'm happy to hear it.
No, well, you know, when you're new in the city, you kind of learning, you know, what's going on, then you'll catch on what's going on. But he's right. You just have to fight for your staff, and I think it's really important because that's a great comparison. And so, you know, I don't know, this study, they go back and forth, you know. We've always had questions about the validity of it and, you know, the midpoint of it. It seems like it favors, you know, the top quartile, but we're not going to go there. We'll look at numbers tomorrow. But, you know, Judge, all I can say is you run a great court downstairs. A lot of the attorneys are happy with your work. I hear it firsthand, but you need to be staffed adequately. We don't want any problems with the state.
Right.
We don't, no, because that's another problem in itself. So we want to make sure that your staff is being paid accordingly, and that you need to advocate for that. Be an advocate for them like you are right now, but now you know how it works.
Okay, thank you.
Do you? Great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Any other questions? And Judge, you know, as far as, you know, myself, it's and it's not me, it's the whole council. We're trying to work with everybody. You gotta realize, you know, there's 16 departments, you know, but we gotta be even and try to support everybody. You know, that's what we're trying to do, and you know, stretch the buck with everybody, and hopefully we'll come with the best solution to have the whole city employees, 318, in better terms. You know, because if we start picking one department here, one department there, we're gonna create a fiasco. You know, so we're just trying to make it as even as we can and see how we could work it and make everything, you know, hopefully charm for everybody. You know, because all employees, you know, just like I respect the court employees, I respect the police department, parks and rec, water and sewer, every department, finance, everybody. You know, they're what puts the face of the city in front of us. You know, we're elected officials with a responsibility to support the city and the employees. I myself, I know have a bigger hat to wear because, you know, a lot of people are going to point at me. So I'm going to try to do as much as we can to, you know, work with, you know, finance and Mr. Bermudez and council, and hopefully we could have not just your department, but every department in good faith. Okay?
When I spoke with Mr. Bermudez back in November, December of last year, and we talked about some of the same issues that we're bringing up today, right? The city only has so big of a shovel, so much of income, and we talked about some of the reasons for that and how you're different than other cities that have a share in the not in the sales tax, in the property tax, and that's a big thing. I started down the road of seeing, oh, well, let's see what we can do about that. You know, let me see if I can do some research. And all of a sudden, I had to put the brakes on because I was wearing my old hat when I was the assistant county attorney, the chief deputy that was in charge of advising the Board of Supervisors about certain things. And I thought, let's see what we can do, what the city of Nogales can do. And I'm hoping that you're dealing with your new council and that you're asking those kinds of questions too.
And that is still an option, Judge.
I know it's not the most popular thing to be asking for extra money from the people, but a share of the property tax may make some sense. It does in a lot of other cities, so.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate all of you. Thank you. Do you want me to stay for it? Do I need to be here for it? It's just,
I think with this, we'll cut our meeting to tomorrow and come back with grants, miscellaneous, and other funds, revenues, and expenditures.
Those are just in there for, the grants and the miscellaneous and other funds are in the back. Those are just in there for your information so that we have the spending authority. So there are about 19 million in new grants that we've applied for, along with the grants that we already have. It's right before the salary schedules.
After
Near the back.
122. But that's what we'll come back, look at this, look at the salaries, discuss what we've discussed today, and come out with hopefully an internal plan and how we're gonna proceed on approving our budget.
Absolutely.
Great. Bermudez? You agree?
Yeah.
Yeah? So see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Move to adjourn. So move. Second? All in favor? Aye.